Chapter 302. Yi Xing's speed was so fast that he appeared and disappeared like a ghost. Hence, Ming Shuang did not notice him when he appeared behind her. Hearing Yang Kuan's shout, Ming Shuang's heart trembled. She felt a chill run down her spine. Before Ming Shuang could react, Yi Xing's palm came from behind and slapped Ming Shuang's ear. Bang! Ming Shuang was instantly sent flying. Her ear was covered in blood. Clearly, it had been broken by this slap. There was an explosion in her ear, and then she could not hear anything. She had temporarily lost her hearing. Yi Xing hated this bitch to the extreme. Although Ming Shuang was very beautiful, Yi Xing did not have any intention of showing mercy to her. This slap was very solid. Ming Shuang was sent flying. She crashed into the wall with a loud bang. She fell to the ground and rolled for 10 meters. Her mind was blank. When he fought with Yang Kuan earlier, Yi Xing did not move. He only revealed a little of his strength. Now Yi Xing used his movement technique. With his extremely fast speed, fighting an 8-star martial saint was like playing a game. Not to mention 3 8-star martial saints, even 10 8-star martial saints would not be able to touch Yi Xing's clothes. Yi Xing suddenly appeared behind Ming Shuang and sent her flying with a slap. This deeply shocked the other 4 cultivators. Their expressions changed greatly. Lei Yun and Yang Kuan's hearts jumped. Only now did they understand that Yi Xing was much more terrifying than they had expected. At this moment, Yi Xing did not give his opponent any time to react. Once he attacked, his power was like thunder and lightning. In a flash, he rushed towards Yang Kuan. Yang Kuan was shocked. He quickly retreated. At the same time, he used his defensive technique to defend with all his strength. Yi Xing was as fast as a phantom, disappearing in a flash. Yang Kuan lost track of Yi Xing in an instant. He didn't know where to defend, so he could only defend from all directions. If it was just defending from one direction, Yi Xing would have had some trouble breaking through the other party's defenses. But now that Yang Kuan had spread his celestial essence in all directions, how could he stop Yi Xing? Yi Xing instantly appeared at the weakest point of Yang Kuan's defense. His hand was as fast as lightning as he ruthlessly struck out with his palm. The celestial essence instantly collapsed, and Yi Xing's palm turned into a seal that instantly covered Yang Kuan's face. Bang! Just like Ming Shuang, Yang Kuan was also sent flying by Yi Xing's slap, his face covered in blood. Lei Yunhun was frightened out of his wits. He looked at Yi Xing and his heart thumped rapidly. He quickly ran out of the hall and shouted, "We will mind our own business and have nothing to do with each other." Unrelated? When you attacked just now, you didn't say that we were unrelated, Yi Xing said. As he spoke, his body turned into a stream of light and caught up with Lei Yunhun. Lei Yunhun heard the sound of the wind behind him and immediately turned around to shoot out 2 palm strikes. Bang! Thunder rumbled and electric arcs flashed. Lei Yunhuan's thunder-rushing palm had amazing power. In terms of cultivation, he was slightly inferior to Yang Kuan. But in terms of strength, he was stronger than Yang Kuan. Then die for me. As Lei Yunhun shot out his palm, he roared, "This father is the strongest among the 4 of you." However, as soon as his voice fell, his expression suddenly changed. He saw that the 2 thunder-rushing palm strikes he shot out had both hit empty air. Lei Yunhun was shocked. He had clearly determined Yi Xing's position by listening to the wind. How could his attack miss? Yi Xing's speed was faster than Lei Yunhun had imagined. Just as Lei Yunhuan's thunder-rushing palm strikes ran out, Yi Xing instantly appeared in front of Lei Yunhun and slapped out. This palm strike was fast to the extreme. Lei Yun desperately retreated backward and waved his hand to block the attack. However, he couldn't dodge the attack, nor could he block it. Bang! A bloody handprint appeared on Lei Yunhuan's face as he was also sent flying by Yi Xing's slap. At this moment, Yi Xing made his move. Although he did not use the Dark Spirit spear art, he used his hand as a spear. When he shot out his palm, it was combined with the spear's momentum. Although it was not as powerful as a spirit weapon treasure spear, it was still very terrifying. Ming Shuang, Yang Kuan, and Lei Yunhun were all hit in the head by Yi Xing's palm. Their brains were shaken and completely blank. They fell to the ground and could not get up. The other 2 7-star martial saints looked at each other at this moment. Their legs were trembling and they did not dare to fight or escape. They looked at Yi Xing with fear and disbelief. The scene in front of them was indeed too unbelievable. Yi Xing was beating up an 8-star martial saint like he was swatting flies. Every slap was accurate, and every slap was enough to knock down an 8-star martial saint. Even a demonic genius with the strength of a peak 8-star martial saint would not be able to send an 8-star martial saint flying with a slap. Put. Yi Xing was too lazy to talk to the two of them. He rushed up and slapped the two 7-star martial saints, sending them flying. They also fell to the ground and could not get up. A bunch of trash. Yi Xing said coldly and left the hall. The 5 of them wanted Yi Xing's life. Yi Xing only gave each of them a slap, which was enough. If Luo Ying of the Tian Luo sect, Feng Yu and Feng Zhe of the Divine Wind sect did not know that Yi Xing was with these people, the 5 of them would not have just been slapped. Yi Xing's principle was very simple. He would treat others the same way they treated him. If anyone wanted his life, he would repay it back. It was a pity that these were the disciples of the 4 northern sects. Yi Xing could not take their lives because the Falling Star sect was still unable to compete with the 4 northern sects. Not long after leaving the hall, Yi Xing found a formation light door. He left the chaotic space and returned to the normal area of the Green Cloud Ancient Land. Counting the days, he had been in the chaotic space for 15 days since he entered Cumulus Valley. Yi Xing had spent 5 days on the journey, so it had been 20 days since he entered Qingyun Ancient Land. In these 20 days, Yi Xing did not go to many places, but his harvest was incredible. Compared to the harvest in the treasure hall, the upper-grade spiritual martial skill, Flame Aura Fist, could only be regarded as trash. The supreme-grade spiritual martial skill, Eye of Green Cloud, was something that even the superior 1-star sects wanted. It was the only one in the Green Cloud region and was more precious than the 10 sects in the Green Cloud region. The supreme-grade flying spiritual artifact, the Azure Cloud Wings, was truly a priceless treasure. It could be upgraded and had unlimited potential. As long as there were enough Azure Gold materials to absorb, it could become an immortal artifact in the future. Such a treasure would make even supremacies jealous. The Wings of Azure Cloud, the Eyes of Azure Cloud, and the secret manual of the Fire Dipper Fist. Yi Xing had no regrets in this trip to the Azure Cloud Ancient Land, as the treasures he had obtained had far exceeded his expectations. Moreover, Yi Xing's harvest was not only that. He had reached the complete realm for both the Dark Spirit Spear skill and the Sky Bat Steps. This was also a great harvest. If it were not for the puppet guard in the treasure hall, Yi Xing would not have been able to reach the complete realm in such a short time. I wonder how the disciples of the Falling Stars sect and the Spiritual Moon sect are doing. Did they get anything? Did they encounter any danger? Yi Xing wandered aimlessly in the Green Cloud Ancient Land and thought of the disciples of the Falling Stars sect and the Spiritual Moon sect. He thought that he would be able to come out quickly after entering the Cumulus Valley. He did not expect to be in there for half a month. When he came out, he was no longer in the Cumulus Valley. Yi Xing climbed to the top of a tall mountain and used the Eye of Green Cloud to look into the distance. With Yi Xing's eyesight, he could see snakes, insects, rats, and ants 40 miles away. The range of his eyesight was 10 times that of other martial sages. According to the mountain peaks and the terrain, Yi Xing could tell that the Cumulus Valley should be very far away from here. The map that Zi Shanho had given him did not mention this place. Zi Shanho should not have been here before. Besides the map that Zi Shanho had given to him, Yi Xing also had the map of the Green Cloud Ancient Land that the sect had given him. Although the Green Cloud Ancient Land was huge and there were many areas that had not been explored, the disciples of the Falling Stars sect had been there for generations and they had roughly figured out the outline of the Green Cloud Ancient Land. Yi Xing took out the map of the Green Cloud Ancient Land and compared it with the mountain peaks and the terrain. Soon, he was sure that he was not far from the central area of the Green Cloud Ancient Land. In the central area of the Green Cloud Ancient Land, there was a Green Cloud Palace. It was a palace that stored countless treasures. For hundreds of years, the disciples of various sects had obtained treasures from the Green Cloud Palace. Yi Xing's eyes lit up. He wanted to take a look at the Green Cloud Palace. Even though he had acquired a great fortune from the Qingyun ancient land, it did not stop Yi Xing from wanting to acquire more treasures. From tomorrow onwards, I only need 3 more votes to surpass 200 monthly votes. Please give me 3 more monthly votes. My novel Supreme Archer God will have more new content on the official WeChat platform. At the same time, there will be a 100% chance of a lucky draw for everyone. Open WeChat now and click on the plus sign on the top right to add friend. Search for the public account, Kdred, and follow it. Hurry up! Chapter 303. Green Cloud Palace, Yama Fire Region. Yi Xing's gaze moved across the map of Green Cloud Palace and finally fixed on the northernmost region. In the northern part of Green Cloud Ancient Land, there was a sea of fire. The flames there were extremely terrifying. Even a 9-star martial saint would die if they entered. Even an enlightened being would not be able to stay for long. Therefore, this fire region was called the Yama Fire Region. It meant that the flames there were the flames of hell. Anyone who entered would definitely meet the King of Hell. The Yama Fire region is listed as a forbidden area by the top 10 sections. No one has explored it since the beginning. There might be treasures inside. My black hole astrological form can devour the essence of the flames. Moreover, I have the flame astrological form and the starfire seed. Maybe I can try my luck in the Yama Fire region. Yi Xing thought to himself. He decided to go to Green Cloud Palace first before going to the Yama Fire region. If there was time after that, he would make plans. In the information left behind by Venerable Qin Yun in the Green Cloud Wings, there was information about the origin of the Green Cloud Ancient Land. The Yama Fire region had existed for even longer than the Green Cloud Ancient Land. Before Venerable Qin Yun established the Green Cloud Ancient Land, the Yama Fire region had already existed. Moreover, the Yama Fire region was not called the Yama Fire region, but the Falling Stars Flame region. Due to the fierce flames in the Falling Stars Flame region, it was unfavorable to the Green Cloud sect. Therefore, when Venerable Green Cloud established Green Cloud Ancient Land, he also surrounded the Falling Stars Flame region. As time went by, very few people knew the true name of the flame field of the Falling Stars. After the fall of the Azure Cloud sect, the top 10 sects had entered the Azure Cloud Ancient Land and named the flame field of the Falling Stars Yenluo Fire Field. Obviously, the Yama Fire region was the same as the Sea of Fire in the Falling Stars' secret territory. It was also formed by the fall of stars. Yi Xing's starfire seed was related to the fall of stars. This was also the main reason why Yi Xing wanted to explore the Yama Fire region. 2 days later, Yi Xing arrived at the foot of a majestic mountain. This peak was called Fire Cloud Peak. The mountain was bare, without a single plant or tree. There was only heat, as well as the flame lava that sprayed out from the peak of the mountain all year round. This was an active volcano. It was also one of the forbidden areas in the Azure Cloud Ancient Land. This was because a group of powerful demonic beasts lived there, the Fire Cloud Lions. The Fire Cloud Lion was a Class 3 demonic beast when it matured, which was equivalent to a Taoist who had just entered the astral star realm. Among the younger generation disciples of the top 10 sects of the Green Cloud region who entered the Green Cloud Ancient Land, most of them were 8-star martial saints with the highest cultivation. There were very few 9-star martial saints. As for enlightened beings of the astral realm, it was rare to see one in 500 years. There was more than one Fire Cloud Lion in the Fire Cloud Peak. It was a pride of lions. The total number of Fire Cloud Lions was between 20 to 30. There were more than 10 adult Fire Cloud Lions. Even when the younger enlightened beings entered the Azure Cloud Ancient Land, they did not dare to get close to the Fire Cloud Peak. Naturally, it was regarded as a forbidden area by the top 10 sections. Yi Xing was not afraid of the Fire Cloud Lions. He had the Green Cloud Wings, which was a supreme-grade flying spiritual weapon. He could fly at extreme speed. Even an adult Fire Cloud Lion could not catch up with him. Moreover, he had cultivated the eyes of Green Cloud, which had an extraordinary effect on demonic beasts. Yi Xing came to the Fire Cloud Peak to see if he could control an adult Fire Cloud Lion. If he succeeded, it would mean that Yi Xing would have a level 3 demonic beast by his side. Wouldn't that mean that he could do whatever he wanted in the Azure Cloud Ancient Land? Moreover, Yi Xing could crush any martial artist of the younger generation in the Azure Cloud Ancient Land without revealing his trump card, including the childs of the 4 northern sections. Although the Yin-Yang child was powerful and had defeated a 9-star martial sage, the gap between a martial sage and an enlightened being was too big. In front of a level 3 demonic beast that was equivalent to an enlightened being, the Yin-Yang child was nothing. At the foot of the Fire Cloud Peak, the Fire Cloud Lions smelled something unusual. More than 10 Fire Cloud Lions walked out of the Fire Cloud Peak and blocked Yi Xing's path. There were a total of 13 Fire Cloud Lions. Apparently, not all of the Fire Cloud Lions had come out. However, the number of Fire Cloud Lions was terrifying. Yi Xing scanned the superbrain and quickly identified that among the 13 Fire Cloud Lions, 5 were adults and 8 were minors. The 5 adult Fire Cloud Lions were equivalent to 5 enlightened beings in the astral realm. The 8 minors were not weak either. They were equivalent to martial sages. The most powerful one was even comparable to a 9-star martial sage. Although there were no human martial artists in Qingyan Ancient Land, there would be a group of them every 5 years. When the Fire Cloud Lions wandered in Qingyan Ancient Land, they would occasionally meet human martial artists. The adult Fire Cloud Lions were familiar with human martial artists. Only a few of the underage Fire Cloud Lions looked at Yi Xing curiously and showed great interest. The adult Fire Cloud Lions were puzzled. As level 3 demonic beasts, their intelligence was not low. Yi Xing was only a 6-star martial sage. In front of them, he was just like an ant. Logically, Yi Xing should be trembling in fear when he saw them. However, Yi Xing was not. Not only was he not afraid, but he was also calm and composed. He looked at the Fire Cloud Lions like a hunter looking for prey. This puzzled the adult Fire Cloud Lions. However, they were only a little confused. They would not be frightened by Yi Xing's calmness. An adult Fire Cloud Lion roared, and a juvenile Fire Cloud Lion beside it roared as well. Then, they walked towards Yi Xing with ferocious eyes. This Fire Cloud Lion was equivalent to an 8-star martial sage. Obviously, the adult Fire Cloud Lion wanted to test Yi Xing's strength. The Fire Cloud Lion's fur was red and there were circles of patterns on it. It looked like a burning cloud. In terms of appearance, it was very beautiful. However, one should not be fooled by its beautiful appearance. The Fire Cloud Lion was a very ferocious demonic beast. It was said to be invincible in the same realm. It might even be able to challenge those of a higher realm. This Fire Cloud Lion was equivalent to an 8-star martial sage. Other than the Yin-Yang young master, the other 5 young masters would not be able to deal with it. Roar! The Fire Cloud Lion roared. It was getting closer and closer to Yi Xing. With a leap, it rushed towards Yi Xing. Yi Xing's body did not move at all. He stood in the same place like a deep abyss. He did not dodge or resist. Only his eyes changed. Yi Xing's eyes suddenly became blurry. It was as if a layer of fog was covering his eyes. Moreover, it was spinning, forming a bottomless whirlpool. The Fire Cloud Lion that was rushing towards Yi Xing suddenly stopped. Its eyes were deeply attracted by Yi Xing's eyes. A layer of fog also appeared in its eyes. It gradually spun and turned into a bottomless whirlpool. Then, it ran towards Yi Xing again. However, this time, it did not attack Yi Xing. Instead, it ran to Yi Xing meekly and lay down at Yi Xing's feet. Yi Xing's Eye of Clear Cloud had been cultivated to the Eye of Cloud. He could even control a 3rd-grade demonic beast. Naturally, he only needed a glance to control a 2nd-grade demonic beast that was equivalent to an 8-star martial sage. Seeing this, the other Fire Cloud Lions were shocked. They roared and communicated with the Fire Cloud Lion at Yi Xing's feet in beast language. However, the Fire Cloud Lion at Yi Xing's feet only glanced coldly at the Fire Cloud Lions in front of it. It did not have any reaction. Yi Xing's control over it was impeccable. The Fire Cloud Lions were shocked. Moreover, there was fear in their shock. When the Blue Cloud sect was still around, many Fire Cloud Lions were controlled by the experts of the Blue Cloud sect with the Eye of Clear Cloud. Although the Blue Cloud sect had been destroyed for a long time and the Fire Cloud Lions had not experienced that era, the fear of the Eye of Clear Cloud was still in their blood. In the end, an adult Fire Cloud Lion with the brightest hair roared angrily. Although the fear in its blood was very strong, it was a third-grade demonic beast, equivalent to a perfected being in the astral realm. It was impossible for it to be frightened by Yi Xing, a 6-star martial sage. After struggling for a while, the most powerful adult Fire Cloud Lion rushed toward Yi Xing. Yi Xing's eyes with bottomless whirlpools looked at the adult Fire Cloud Lion. The adult Fire Cloud Lion's movements suddenly froze. It was a little confused. There seemed to be a voice in its mind guiding it, making it have no choice but to follow the voice. It looked at the human warrior in front of it, and a strong sense of awe rose in its heart. It wanted to go over, crawl at his feet, respect him as its master, and obey his orders. Step by step, the adult Fire Cloud Lion's movements became gentle. It walked toward Yi Xing. A bottomless whirlpool of clouds gradually appeared in its eyes, and its ferocity gradually disappeared. However, in its mind, it was struggling. It was somewhat unwilling. The novel Supreme God of Archery will have more fresh content on the official WeChat platform. At the same time, there will be a 100% chance of a lucky draw for everyone. Open WeChat now, click the plus sign on the top right to add friend, search for the public account, Kdred, and follow it. Hurry up! Chapter 304. Yi Xing saw that the adult Fire Cloud Lion was indeed affected by the Eye of Azure Cloud and was overjoyed. If he could tame this Fire Cloud Lion, then Yi Xing would have an additional sage-level bodyguard by his side. Yi Xing's heart surged and the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a smile. Although this adult Fire Cloud Lion had never given up struggling and was unwilling to become Yi Xing's pet, Yi Xing was very confident that as long as he had enough time, he would definitely be able to tame it completely. Roar! At this time, the other Fire Cloud Lions suddenly roared. They seemed to have realized that the adult Fire Cloud Lion that was walking towards Yi Xing was going to be tamed by Yi Xing like the first one that attacked Yi Xing. If there were no external disturbances, Yi Xing could definitely use the Eye of Azure Cloud to completely tame this adult Fire Cloud Lion in one go. However, before he could completely tame it, the roars of the other Fire Cloud Lions immediately caused the Fire Cloud Lion to regain its consciousness. Roar! The Fire Cloud Lion that had regained its consciousness was incomparably furious. Thinking that it actually wanted to recognize the 6-star martial sage as its master, it felt a sense of humiliation and crazily roared. Yi Xing frowned and cursed inwardly. The cloud vortex in his eyes dissipated and he lost control of the adult Fire Cloud Lion. After the adult Fire Cloud Lion roared, it stomped on the ground and continued to charge towards Yi Xing with a ferocious aura. This Fire Cloud Lion's fur was the brightest and its strength was extraordinary. It seemed to be stronger than the other adult Fire Cloud Lions and its strength might have reached the level of a 2-star sage. The Fire Cloud Lion was extremely fast. It was too late for Yi Xing to use the Eye of Clear Cloud again. He could only use the Heavenly Bat Steps and dodge with his fastest speed. Yi Xing's perfect Heavenly Bat Steps, which had been infused with the slight wind force, was indeed faster than a Taoist who had just entered the astral realm. Yi Xing's body flashed like a beam of light as he dodged the attack of the adult Fire Cloud Lion. In the blink of an eye, he was already hundreds of meters away. The adult Fire Cloud Lion roared again. It would not be satisfied until it tore this reckless human warrior into pieces. Azure Cloud Eyes, Cloud Eyes. Yi Xing used the Azure Cloud Eyes once again, and his eyes were covered with a layer of mist, turning into a bottomless whirlpool. He stared at the adult Fire Cloud Lion fiercely, looking straight into its soul. The Fire Cloud Lion, which had just turned around and was about to charge at Yi Xing, suddenly shuddered. It felt dizzy again and its mind went blank. The effect of the Azure Cloud Eyes on demonic beasts was extraordinary. If Yi Xing used it to deal with a Taoist master, it would definitely not be effective twice in a row. Moreover, human warriors' resistance to the Azure Cloud Eyes would get stronger as the number of times it was used. On the other hand, demonic beasts' resistance to the Azure Cloud Eyes would get weaker as the number of times it was used. Now, this adult fire cloud lion was affected by Yi Xing's azure cloud eyes for the second time, sinking deeper into the abyss. Roar! Seeing this, the other fire cloud lions roared together once again. This time, the adult fire cloud lion did not wake up directly. However, the mist whirlpool in its eyes began to dissipate. The light in the adult fire cloud lion's eyes flickered, struggling on the edge of waking up and sinking into the abyss. The other fire cloud lions roared again and again. Seeing that their roars did not have any substantial effect, the 4 adult fire cloud lions also charged at Yi Xing. Yi Xing frowned. Although he was fast, he was not fast enough to dodge the attacks of 4 adult fire cloud lions, which were equivalent to a Taoist master. Circulating his star essence, Yi Xing instantly activated the azure cloud wings. A pair of azure wings instantly grew out of Yi Xing's back, exuding a bright light. The azure cloud wings were 3 feet long. With a fierce flap, Yi Xing instantly soared into the sky, flying thousands of meters high. Yi Xing's speed was already fast to begin with. With the help of the supreme-grade flying spirit artifact, the azure cloud wings, he was even faster to the extreme. His entire person was like a ray of light. Obviously, the attacks of the 4 adult fire cloud lions all missed. With the azure cloud wings open, Yi Xing floated thousands of meters high in the sky. He continued to operate the azure cloud eyes. The mist whirlpool in his eyes did not change. He controlled the adult fire cloud lion with the brightest hair and fought for control of its body. The 4 adult fire cloud lions that were attacking Yi Xing roared angrily and leaped into the air one after another. Their surging demonic qi circulated, causing a gust of wind to blow, giving them the ability to fly for a short period of time. They flew higher and higher in the air, rushing towards Yi Xing. However, Class 3 demonic beasts were equivalent to Taoist masters. They could not really fly. They could only glide in the air for a short distance, but they could not fly too high. The higher they went, the slower their speed. The azure cloud wings on Yi Xing's back flapped again. He was really flying. He was not affected by the height. In an instant, he flew hundreds of meters higher. The 4 adult fire cloud lions could not fly anymore after reaching a height of thousands of meters. They fell to the ground one after another. They could not even touch the soles of Yi Xing's feet. Yi Xing kept circulating his celestial essence to keep the azure cloud wings in flight. At the same time, he raised his mind to the limit to speed up the control of the adult fire cloud lion with the brightest hair. The 4 adult fire cloud lions that fell to the ground saw that they could not attack Yi Xing. They surrounded the adult fire cloud lion that was being controlled and roared at the latter desperately. Roaring at such a close distance was obviously very effective in disrupting Yi Xing's mind control. It made the adult fire cloud lion, which was about to completely fall into oblivion, regain a little bit of self-consciousness. It continued to be on the verge of waking up and falling into oblivion. In the sky, the azure cloud wings on Yi Xing's back flapped slowly. The cloud vortex in his eyes was bottomless and was getting deeper and deeper. On the ground, the 4 adult fire cloud lions surrounded the adult fire cloud lion in the middle and roared constantly. They wanted to pull the adult fire cloud lion in the middle out of the mental control. On Fire Cloud Peak, the other fire cloud lions heard the roar and ran down. Another 8 adult fire cloud lions came. These 8 adult fire cloud lions also joined in the roar, causing the roar to shake the heavens. Yi Xing could clearly feel that his celestial essence consumption was extremely fast while he was flying. He could not hold on for long. Moreover, using the azure cloud eyes to control a Class 3 demonic beast was also very taxing on his mind. His mind could not hold on for long. However, he was about to completely control the adult fire cloud lion in front of him. It seemed that he could do it in the next second. Yi Xing was not willing to give up and held on bitterly. Yi Xing released the adult fire cloud lion that he had previously controlled. He focused all his mind and launched a fierce attack on the fire cloud lion with the brightest hair. 1 breath, 2 breaths. Yi Xing's face gradually turned pale. His breathing began to become rapid and beads of sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. 5 breaths. 6 breaths. After a full 7 breaths, The adult fire cloud lion with the brightest hair jumped out of the encirclement of the adult fire cloud lions and ran away at an extremely fast speed, turning into a fiery red phantom. The adult fire cloud lions around were all shocked. At this time, Yixing, who was in the sky, was extremely pale. Sweat poured down like rain. As the azure cloud wings flapped, his body turned into a stream of light and rushed to the ground in an instant. He landed on the back of the adult fire cloud lion and instantly retracted the azure cloud wings. Success! Yixing held on for 7 breaths and finally completely controlled the adult fire cloud lion. Whether it was celestial essence or mental power, Yixing had consumed a lot of energy. Landing on the back of the fire cloud lion, he tightly hugged the fire cloud lion's neck and let it carry him on its back. The fire cloud lions behind finally reacted. This fire cloud lion had been controlled by Yixing. They roared and chased after Yixing. However, their speed was not as fast as the fire cloud lion under Yixing. This fire cloud lion with the brightest hair was the strongest among the adult fire cloud lions. It was the leader of this group of fire cloud lions. Since their leader had been taken away by Yixing, the rest of the fire cloud lions certainly would not give up. They chased for more than 2 hours until the distance between the two sides was so wide that they could not see each other. Only then did the fire cloud lions give up. On the back of the fire cloud lion, Yixing absorbed low-grade star crystals to recover his celestial essence. After more than 2 hours, he had recovered 50 to 60% of his celestial essence. Yixing did not let the fire cloud lion stop and continued to run. After running for a full day, Yixing was sure that the group of fire cloud lions would not find him again. He then let the fire cloud lion under him stop on a hillside. The novel Supreme Archer God will have more fresh content on the official WeChat platform. At the same time, there will be a 100% lottery gift for everyone. Open WeChat now. Click on the plus sign at the top right to add friend. Search for the public account, Kdred, and follow it. Hurry up! Chapter 305. Green Cloud Palace, Green Cloud Ancient Land. Green Cloud Palace was a well-known treasure land. It contained countless treasures. Every time the Green Cloud Ancient Land opened, the martial artists who came in would more or less obtain some treasures from the Green Cloud Palace. The treasures produced by the Green Cloud Palace varied in quality. If one was lucky enough, it was possible to obtain upper-grade spiritual medicine, upper-grade spiritual martial arts, upper-grade spiritual weapons, upper-grade spiritual materials, and other treasures that even enlightened masters needed. Because the Green Cloud Palace was a well-known treasure land, many martial artists came to the Green Cloud Palace to search for treasures. More than 20 days had passed since the Green Cloud Ancient Land opened. It was nearing the end. Most of the martial artists gathered at the Green Cloud Palace to try their luck after exploring the Green Cloud Ancient Land. However, there was an exception today. Many martial artists gathered at the Green Cloud Palace, including the disciples of the 4 northern sects and the 6 southern sects. However, no one was looking for treasures. Instead, something big had happened. The disciples of the Sun Moon sect, the Dark Underworld sect, and the Green Thunder sect suddenly attacked the disciples of the Falling Star sect. They captured all the disciples of the Falling Star sect in the Green Cloud Palace. A total of 9 disciples of the Falling Star sect came to the Green Cloud Palace. Except for Yixing, all of them were there. The 9 disciples of the Falling Star sect were caught by the disciples of the 4 northern sects. All of them were shocked. They did not dare to resist and were all taken out of the Green Cloud Palace. A total of 3 sects of the northern 4 sects had joined hands to capture a disciple of another sect. This had never happened before in the history of the Azure Cloud Ancient Land. Everyone was shocked. Most of them temporarily gave up on the treasure hunt and came to the Azure Cloud Palace to see what was going on. Outside the Green Cloud Palace, there were 70 to 80 people. Except for the disciples of the East Supporting Sect and the Flying Cloud Sect, only a few of the other 120 people had died. 2/3 of them came to the Green Cloud Palace. 2/3 of them were the top elites of the various sections. For example, the Northern 4 sects had 5 young masters and 4 8-star martial sages. The people who had captured the disciples of the Falling Star sect were the disciples of the Sun Moon sect, the Profound Underworld sect, and the Blue Thunder sect. At this moment, the 9 disciples of the Falling Star sect were standing in front of the disciples of the 3 sects, trembling in fear. As for the disciples of the Heavenly Luo sect, the Spirit Moon sect, the Divine Wind sect, and the Blood Spectre sect, they were watching from the side. Other than the disciples of the Heavenly Luo sect, the disciples of the other 3 sects were puzzled. However, the eldest disciple of the Divine Wind sect, Feng Yu, and the second disciple, Feng Zhe, seemed to be deep in thought. Standing in front of the 9 disciples of the Falling Star sect were 4 young masters. Young Master Sun Moon, Young Master Great Sun, Young Master Dark Nether, Young Master Thunder. In the Azure Cloud Ancient Land, each of them had their own opportunities and their cultivations had increased. Young Master Sun Moon had already broken through to become an 8-star martial sage, and his strength was even more terrifying. He was probably invincible among the 9-star martial sages. As for Young Master Great Sun, Young Master Nether Shadow, and Young Master Thunder, their cultivations had increased to the peak of the 8-star martial sage realm. When they were 8-star martial sages, they were already invincible among the 8-star martial sages. Now, they could defeat ordinary 9-star martial sages. In addition, Young Master Tian Luo, who was at the side, had his own opportunities. His cultivation had broken through to the next realm and he had become a 9-star martial sage. He stood out among the young masters and was almost on par with Young Master Sun Moon. As for Ma Ren and the other disciples of some of them had their own opportunities and their cultivations had increased. However, compared to the 4 young masters in front of them, they were not at the same level. Under the gaze of Young Master Sun Moon, Young Master Great Sun, Young Master Nether Shadow, and Young Master Thunder, as well as the other disciples of the Sun Moon sect, the Profound Underworld sect, and the Blue Thunder sect, Ma Ren and the other disciples of the Falling Star sect could only feel their scalps go numb and their hearts skip a beat. They did not know how they had offended the disciples of the 3 sections. However, they could feel that something was amiss and they were terrified. As the eldest senior brother, even though Ma Ren was afraid and his scalp was numb, he could only step forward and say, "Senior brothers, I don't know how the disciples of the Falling Star sect have offended you. I apologize to all of you and hope that you can be magnanimous and forgive us. We did not mean to offend you. We really did not mean to offend you." Young Master Nether Shadow snorted coldly and walked forward step by step. Soon he was in front of Ma Ren. Before he could say anything, Young Master Nether Shadow slapped Ma Ren's face. Ma Ren was shocked and he quickly dodged. However, how could he be faster than Young Master Nether Shadow? Slap. With a crisp sound, Ma Ren spat out blood and was sent flying by Young Master Nether Shadow. The disciples of the Falling Star sect were shocked. They did not know how they had offended Young Master Nether Shadow. However, Young Master Nether Shadow did not say anything and directly hit Ma Ren. He did not take the Falling Star sect seriously at all. However, even so, they could only endure. When the strength was not equal, there was no reason to speak. Even if Young Master Nether Shadow hit Ma Ren for no reason, who would dare to say no? Young Master Nether Shadow's sharp eyes swept across the faces of the Falling Star sect disciples and said, "Who do you think you are? How dare you offend me?" Ma Ren, who fell to the ground, spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with some broken teeth. When he opened his mouth, he felt a sharp pain on his face. But he was not frightened by the pain. He stood up again and said, "You are the high and mighty disciples of the 4 northern sects. We have no right to offend you. But you should tell us how we disciples of the Falling Stars sect have offended you. Let us know when we're dead. But you hit us without saying a word. Is there any reason left?" Young Master Nether Shadow moved like a ghost and appeared in front of Ma Ren in an instant. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at Ma Ren's neck. Ma Ren was furious. Young Master Nether Shadow attacked without saying a word. He had gone too far. However, even though Ma Ren was filled with anger, it was useless. No matter how he dodged or resisted, he could not stop Young Master Nether Shadow's claw. Ma Ren's hands retracted as if they had been electrocuted. In the next moment, young Master Nethershadow's hand grabbed Ma Ren's neck and squeezed. Ma Ren screamed miserably. Half of his tongue was spat out. This squeeze almost caused Ma Ren to suffocate. Young Master Nethershadow lifted Ma Ren high and then slammed him to the ground. Bang! With a loud explosion, the ground cracked. Half of Ma Ren's body sank into the earth and stone. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Whether it was the disciples of the Falling Star sect or the other 6 southern sects, they were all frightened at this moment. This was too much of a bully. In the eyes of young Master Nethershadow, the disciples of the 6 southern sects were not humans. Even if the Divine Wind sect, Blood Ghost sect, and Falling Star sect were hostile camps, the disciples of these 2 sects couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts when they saw Ma Ren being beaten up by young Master Nethershadow for no reason. At the same time, if the disciples of the 6 southern sects provoked young Master Nethershadow or the disciples of the other 4 northern sects, their fate would be the same as Ma Ren's. Young Master Nethershadow had already seriously injured Ma Ren, but he didn't stop. He stepped out again and ruthlessly stomped on Ma Ren's chest. At the same time, he shouted, "Reason?" Ma Ren suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and flew more than 2 meters high. Young Master Nethershadow raised his foot again and stomped on Ma Ren's face for the 2nd time. He shouted, "I am the reason. If I want to stomp you to death, I'll stomp you to death. Reckless thing." Ma Ren's mouth was filled with blood. He opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. Trash that can't even withstand a single blow. Young Master Nethershadow retracted his foot and said with disdain. He then walked toward the other 8 disciples of the Falling Star sect. The 8 people's hearts were thumping and their legs were trembling. They were full of fear for young Master Nethershadow. This person was simply a demon. He was unreasonable. Although the Star Continent didn't pay attention to reason, it was rare to see someone who didn't pay attention to reason. Moreover, although the Star Continent respected the strong, there was also a set of rules. Rules were the cornerstone that maintained the complete functioning of the entire social structure. Breaking the rules would easily provoke public anger. Young Master Nethershadow's action obviously broke the rules. In the world of martial artists, it was all about repaying kindness with kindness and revenge with revenge. If one stepped on others for no reason, no one would like it. Even the disciples of the Sun Moon sect, Blue Thunder sect, and Stygian sect thought that young Master Nethershadow's action was too much. Of course, no one dared to say it out loud. The novel Supreme Archer God will have more fresh content on the official WeChat platform. At the same time, there's a 100% chance of a lucky draw for everyone. Open WeChat now, click the plus sign at the top right to add friend, search for the public account, Kdred, and follow it. Hurry up! Chapter 306. The closer the Dark Nether young master got, the more terrified the 8 Falling Star sect disciples became. By the time the Dark Nether young master was in front of them, their legs had already turned to jelly. Some of them were even sweating profusely. The Dark Nether young master's eyes were like the eyes of a viper as he coldly scanned their faces. Suddenly he roared, "Trash, kneel down." Thump, thump, thump. The Dark Nether young master's roar completely destroyed the 8 people's psychological defenses. Qi Jingyang, Wu Qinggang, and more than half of the Falling Star sect disciples all knelt down. The others also felt their legs turn to jelly. They couldn't stand steadily and their legs trembled. The Dark Nether young master stared coldly at the Falling Star sect disciples who hadn't knelt down yet. He narrowed his eyes, revealing a terrifying chill. With a wave of his hand, a cold light shot out. The cold light was like a sharp blade, slicing across their knees. Then, screams rang out as their knees were dripping with blood. All of them knelt down. "Today I will make you beg for death. I will make you pay for the humiliation my junior sister suffered 10-fold, no, 100-fold. The Dark Nether young master said harshly, his voice revealing a bone-chilling chill. Whoosh, as he spoke, a cold light appeared in his hand. It was a long sword with a threatening chill. Judging from its quality, it was definitely a top-notch mid-grade spiritual weapon. Enough! At this moment, a voice came from the side. Under Emo Shilon's request and Luo Ying's signal, young Master Tian Luo spoke. Every injustice has its perpetrator, every debt has its debtor. Yi Xing hurt your junior sister, so go ahead and take revenge on him. Why vent your anger on the other disciples of the Starfall sect? The punishment for the disciples of the Starfall sect is enough. Some of the people who didn't know what was going on were shocked. After hearing young Master Tian Luo's words, they understood why the Falling Star sect disciples would suffer from the Dark Nether young master's revenge. It turned out that the eldest disciple of the Falling Star sect had injured a disciple of the Dark Nether sect. No matter if it was the disciples of the Spirit Moon sect, the Holy Wind sect, or the Dark Blood sect, other than Feng Yu and Fang Zhe, no one expected that the disciple of the Dark Nether sect that Yi Xing had injured was not an ordinary disciple, but an 8-star martial Saint Ming Shuang, who was the second person of the Dark Nether sect. As for Feng Yu and Fang Zhe, they were shocked. They had guessed this in their hearts, but they immediately rejected it. The two of them did not see what had happened. They found it hard to believe that Yi Xing, who was only a 6-star martial saint, was able to injure an 8-star martial saint, Ming Shuang. Moreover, since Yi Xing had injured Ming Shuang, it meant that the other 8-star martial saints had also been injured by him. Otherwise, why would the disciples of the Sun Moon sect and the Blue Thunder sect team up with the Dark Underworld sect to deal with the disciples of the Falling Star sect? A 6-star martial saint had injured 3 8-star martial saints? Feng Yu and Fang Zhe looked at each other and saw the shock and fear in each other's eyes. If Yi Xing really had such strength, it would have been easy for him to take their lives that day. Young Master Tian Luo's words made the Dark Nether young master frown. Young Master Tian Luo used to be as famous as him, but now, his cultivation was a level higher than his. However, the difference in cultivation didn't mean anything. As a young master, the Dark Nether young master naturally didn't fear young Master Tian Luo. The Dark Nether young master said, "Luo Lai, it's none of your business that I'm dealing with the trash of the Falling Star sect." Young Master Tian Luo said, "As a young master, you're fighting with a few ordinary disciples of the Falling Star sect. Aren't you afraid of losing face?" The Dark Nether young master sneered and said, "Hee hee, I'm taking revenge for my junior sister. The Falling Star sect's disciples injured my junior sister, so I'll take revenge on the Falling Star sect's disciples 10 times, 100 times. Who dares? I'll let them know what pain is." Young Master Tian Luo took a step forward and said, "I, Luo Lai, say that you're a disgrace. Yin Fan, if you're really a character, vent your anger on me. What's the point of fighting with someone whose cultivation is far inferior to yours?" The Dark Nether young master squinted his eyes, revealing a bone-chilling coldness. If it was before, the two of them were unrivaled 8-star martial saints, the Dark Nether young master wouldn't be afraid of young Master Tian Luo. But now, there was a gap of 1 level between them. With young Master Tian Luo's strength, there were probably few 9-star martial saints who could be his opponent. The Dark Nether young master knew that he was inferior to young Master Tian Luo. If he really fought with young Master Tian Luo, he would be at a disadvantage. While the Dark Nether young master was hesitating, the Yin-Yang young master opened the fan in his hand and walked out, looking straight at young Master Tian Luo. The Yin-Yang young master was wearing a spotless white robe. His skin was as white as snow, more delicate than a woman's skin. His facial lines were soft, and he looked prettier than most women. His whole person gave off an extremely feminine feeling. However, the Yin-Yang young master's feminine appearance didn't give off a feminine aura. Instead, his aura was as hot as the sun. The Yin-Yang young master waved the fan in his hand and said, "Luo Lai, you have become a 9-star martial saint and you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. If you are really someone, go ahead and fight with me. What is the point of fighting against a martial artist whose cultivation is inferior to yours?" The Yin-Yang young master returned young Master Tian Luo's words to him. The Dark Nether young master was an 8-star martial saint, while young Master Tian Luo was a 9-star martial saint. There was indeed a gap of 1 level between the two of them. Young Master Tian Luo's aura suddenly weakened. He had always regarded the Dark Nether young master as an opponent of the same level. However, he didn't realize that their cultivation was no longer on the same level. However, even though young Master Tian Luo had become a 9-star martial saint, he still didn't have much confidence in defeating the Yin-Yang Young Master. When the Yin-Yang Young Master was a peak 7-star martial saint, he had once defeated a middle 9-star martial saint. Now that he had become an 8-star martial saint, he should be invincible among the 9-star martial saints. After a few breaths, young Master Tian Luo said, "Yang Ming, when we get out of the Green Cloud Ancient Land, there will be a battle between us. Why are you so anxious? When did you become like Yin Fan? You haven't found the right person yet, and you are venting your anger on others. If that's the case, I will really look down on you." Haha. At this moment, a burst of wild laughter rang out. It was young Master Dreamy who walked out. He was as fierce as the sun and his expression was wild and unrestrained. Young Master Dreamy said, "Do we, the disciples of the Sun Moon sect, need you to look up to us? Luo Lai, don't flatter yourself too much." Young Master Tian Luo's face turned green. Although he hadn't attacked, he had to bear the pressure of the Yin-Yang Young Master Dreamy and the Dark Nether Young Master's aura. The disciples of the Tian Luo sect beside young Master Tian Luo retreated. Under the aura of the 3 young masters, no one in the Tian Luo sect could withstand it except for young Master Tian Luo. "Lei Bao, are you going to be like them?" Young Master Tian Luo's gaze shifted to young Master Thunder. At this moment, he couldn't do anything alone. He had to find someone to join forces with. "I, Lei Bao, am a righteous person. I will take revenge for revenge. I will only target Yi Xing from the Falling Star sect," young Master Thunder said loudly. He waved his hand and led the disciples of the Green Thunder sect towards the disciples of the Tian Luo sect. The Tian Luo sect and the Green Thunder sect were allies. Now that the Yin-Yang Young Master Dreamy and the Dark Nether Young Master had joined forces, young Master Tian Luo was alone. Naturally, young Master Thunder couldn't sit idly by. Otherwise, if he were to encounter such a situation the next time, he would be suppressed by the other 3 young masters without anyone to help him. Young Master Thunder stood beside young Master Tian Luo. The 2 of them stood together and their aura complemented each other. Although their aura wasn't as strong as the other 3 young masters, it was enough to contend with them. Young Master Yinming retracted his gaze from young Master Tian Luo and young Master Thunder. He glanced coldly at the disciples of the Falling Star sect and said, "Brother Yang Ming, Brother Yang Gan, should we cripple a few of them and teach the Falling Star sect a lesson?" Young Master Dari didn't speak. He looked at young Master Yin-Yang. Young Master Yin-Yang was obviously the leader of the 3. Young Master Yin-Yang shook his head and said, "Not for now. They are just a few ants. We don't have to lose our dignity because of them. Let's wait for Yi Xing to arrive." At this moment, a strong fluctuation of spiritual aura came from the Green Cloud Hall. It seemed like some treasure had leaked its aura. Everyone present felt it and their eyes lit up. Young Master Yin-Yang said, "Disciples of the Listen Up. All of you kneel here until Yi Xing arrives. If Yi Xing doesn't come, or if any of you get up before Yi Xing arrives, all of you will be crippled of your martial arts and have one of your arms cut off." The novel Supreme God of Archery will have more fresh content on the official WeChat platform. At the same time, there will be a 100% chance of a lucky draw. Open WeChat now and click the plus sign on the top right to add friend. Search for the public account, Kdred, and follow it. Hurry up! Chapter 307. After the Yin-Yang Young Master finished speaking, he did not look at the disciples of the Falling Star sect and went straight to the Green Cloud Hall. He did not emphasize that the disciples of the Falling Star sect had to listen to him, nor did he care if they dared to stand up after he left. He only knew that no one dared to defy his words. If anyone dared to defy him, the consequences would be severe. As the Yin-Yang Young Master walked into the Green Cloud Hall, the rest of the cultivators also walked in. The Sun Moon sect only left a 7-star martial saint to guard. Mo Shilan only let out a sigh of relief when the disciples of the Yin-Yang sect and the mysterious underworld sect walked into the Green Cloud Hall. She came to Ma Ren's side and helped him up from the ground. Then she fed him a healing pill. Marin was heavily injured. If he did not take the healing pill, he would definitely have hidden injuries after a long time. Although it would not be fatal, it would definitely leave hidden injuries. Injuries could be treated with ordinary healing panaceas. However, hidden injuries could not be treated with any healing panaceas. Only some rare heavenly treasures and peerless panaceas could cure them. However, these were all things that could only be chanced upon by luck and not sought after. Therefore, once a cultivator had hidden injuries, they would basically be crippled. Not only would it be difficult for their cultivation to increase, but they might even degenerate. Seeing Mo Xilan help Marin, the 7-star martial saint Wu Ping of the Sun Moon sect immediately raised his eyebrows and released his aura. However, at this moment, an even stronger aura surged from the opposite side. Wu Ping looked over and saw the Tian Luo sect disciple, Luo Ying, looking at him. Luo Ying was an 8-star martial saint. Wu Ping could not compare to her. Seeing Luo Ying protecting Mo Xilan, Wu Ping immediately weakened his aura. After taking the healing pill, Ma Ren's complexion quickly improved. Senior brother Ma Ren, the Spirit Moon sect and the Falling Star sect are on the same side. When the Falling Star sect's disciples are in trouble, the Spirit Moon sect's disciples should help, but, sigh. Mo Xilan sighed and said, "We really can't help. Yi Xing is in big trouble. Only Yi Xing can solve this problem. I hope Yi Xing can solve it." Mo Xilan then returned to Luo Ying's side and led the Spirit Moon sect disciples into the Green Cloud Hall with the Tian Luo sect disciples. Mo Xilan was right. The disciples of the Spirit Moon sect couldn't help the disciples of the Falling Star sect. Not to mention the disciples of the Spirit Moon sect, even the disciples of the Tian Luo sect wouldn't be able to help. Even if Tian Luo came forward, he wouldn't be able to change anything. Outside the Green Cloud Palace, there were only 10 people left. Out of the 9 Falling Star Martial School disciples, 8 of them were kneeling. Marin was sitting diagonally with his hands on the ground. He was severely injured and was not in a good condition. When the Dark Nether young master stepped on him, all of his internal organs had been damaged. His internal injuries were internal. External injuries were easy to heal, but internal injuries were hard to heal. He would not be able to move for a while. Even though there was only 1 disciple left from the Sun Moon sect and the Dark Nether sect, the 8 kneeling disciples were trembling in fear. They didn't dare to get up. The Dark Nether young master had already said that before Yi Xing arrived, anyone who dared to stand up would have their martial arts crippled and an arm cut off. Even if they didn't care about others, no one dared to stand up for themselves. Wu Ping's face was ferocious as he walked in front of Ma Ren and shouted coldly, "Trash, my eldest senior brother told you to kneel. Who told you to sit on the ground? Kneel immediately, or all of you will have your martial arts crippled and an arm cut off." Ma Ren's heart was filled with humiliation. He was agitated and spat out another mouthful of blood. If he was alone, he wouldn't kneel even if he had to die. However, if he didn't kneel, he wouldn't be the only one to bear the consequences. All of the Falling Star Martial School disciples present would bear the consequences. He had no choice but to kneel. Ma Ren supported himself with both hands on the ground as he panted heavily. He had accepted reality and was prepared to endure the humiliation. However, his body was heavily injured and his strength was not as strong as he wished. With just a little bit of strength, his entire body was in intense pain and he could not move at all. "Marin, why aren't you kneeling? Do you want to kill us? Hurry up and kneel. Don't drag us down with you." Qi Jingyang shouted loudly. Wu Chengang echoed from the side. There were also several disciples who glared at Ma Ren. They didn't dare to show their anger and resentment in front of the Sun Moon sect and the Dark Nether sect disciples. Instead, they transferred all of their anger onto Ma Ren. Ma Ren's eyes were filled with tears. "Ha! Useless trash, your fellow disciples want you to kneel, ha!" Wu Ping laughed and kicked out, hitting Ma Ren in the chest. Ma Ren spat out a mouthful of blood and flew into the air. Bang! Ma Ren's body flipped a few times in the air before falling to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Because of Wu Ping's kick, the injuries that he had just recovered from worsened again. If Mo Xilan hadn't given him a healing elixir, Ma Ren's injuries would have been fatal. Wu Ping sneered and swept his cold gaze across everyone. Everyone shivered and kept quiet out of fear. Trash, all of you are trash. Wu Ping sneered and swept his gaze across the falling star martial school disciples. He said, all of you better pray that Yi Xing appears soon. If he doesn't, all of you will be finished. Your martial arts will be crippled and you will become crippled. At this moment, about 100 miles away from the Green Cloud Palace, a fiery red shadow was rushing towards the Green Cloud Palace. The fiery red shadow was naturally the Fire Cloud Lion. Yi Xing was sitting on the back of the Fire Cloud Lion. He looked into the distance. Every time he reached the top of the mountain, he could see the shadow of the Green Cloud Palace. The Fire Cloud Lion under the Yi constellation was a level 3 demonic beast, and it was one of the best among the adult Fire Cloud Lions. It was comparable to a 2-star spiritual master, and it was as fast as flying. It could leap hundreds of meters in one leap, more than 1 mile away. After a few breaths, Yi Xing could see everything around the Green Cloud Palace. He saw the falling star martial school disciples kneeling on the ground and Ma Ren, who was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Yi Xing's eyes abruptly lit up with 2 balls of flames. His fury was instantly ignited. Yi Xing patted the back of the Fire Cloud Lion and shouted, Fire Cloud, speed up! The Fire Cloud Lion ran with all its might. Its speed was as fast as light and it soon arrived outside the Green Cloud Palace. You bunch of trash! Wu Ping stood in front of the falling star martial school disciples. Spittle flew everywhere and he was still cursing. However, Wu Ping suddenly felt a burst of hot air behind his neck, causing his hair to stand on end. He instantly felt a chill run down his spine. Wu Ping was shocked. His body shot forward in an instant and he looked back at the same time. What he saw scared him half to death. He saw a giant red claw coming at him. The next moment, he was sent flying by the giant claw. His body was dripping with blood and he fell to the ground far away. The sudden change surprised the falling star martial school disciples. They raised their heads and their eyes were attracted by the huge body of the Fire Cloud Lion, which was 6 meters long and 3 meters high. They were shocked. In the next moment, the falling star martial school disciples noticed Yi Xing on the back of the Fire Cloud Lion. They were overjoyed as if they had seen the dawn and stood up immediately. Qi Jingyang was full of anger, but he had nowhere to vent it. He shouted at Yi Xing, what have you done? How dare you hurt the disciples of the 4 northern sects and humiliate all of us because of you? This was all because of Yi Xing. The other falling star martial school disciples were also angry at Yi Xing. Although Yi Xing had saved them by killing the experts of the Dongfu sect and the Flying Cloud sect on the second day in the Green Cloud Ancient Land, most of them had forgotten about Yi Xing's kindness when they were humiliated. Whether the Fire Cloud Lion was an adult or an immature, it was impossible to tell from its appearance. Moreover, the demonic power of the Fire Cloud Lion was equivalent to that of a perfected being's Gang Qi. It could seal its aura. If it did not show its strongest aura, martial artists would not be able to tell its cultivation realm. Therefore, even though Yi Xing's Fire Cloud Lion was shiny and majestic, no one had expected it to be an adult Fire Cloud Lion equivalent to a perfected being in the Star Gang realm. If Qi Jingyang had known, he would not have dared to yell in front of Yi Xing no matter how angry he was. Yi Xing glanced at the 8 people indifferently. He jumped down from the Fire Cloud Lion's back and walked quickly to Ma Ren. He fed him a middle-grade spirit cleansing pill. The spirit cleansing pill that Emo Shilan gave Ma Ren was only a low-grade one. The effect of Yi Xing's spirit cleansing pill was more than 10 times better. Ma Ren felt a warm current in his body as soon as he took it. His injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The novel Supreme God of Archery will have more fresh content on the official WeChat platform. At the same time, there will be a 100% lucky draw gift for everyone. Open WeChat now, click the plus sign on the top right to add friend, search for the public account, Kdred, and follow it. Hurry up! Chapter 308. Yi Xing helped Ma Ren sit up and said, "What happened here?" Qi Jingyang shouted from the side, "It's all your fault." Whoosh! Yi Xing moved like lightning and appeared in front of Qi Jingyang in an instant. He slapped him. With a bang, Qi Jingyang was sent flying by Yi Xing. Yi Xing said, "You're just asking for trouble. It's the disciples of the Sun Moon sect, the Stygian sect, the Blue Thunder sect. They captured us and brought us here." Ma Ren's injuries were serious. Even with the help of a mid-grade spirit cleansing pill, he couldn't recover in a short time. It was still difficult for him to speak. The Sun Moon sect, the Stygian sect, and the Blue Thunder sect. Yi Xing repeated the words word by word. His eyes squinted, revealing a terrifying coldness. He said, "The injuries on your body, and the fact that they are all kneeling here, is it all because of the disciples of the three sects?" Ma Ren nodded and said, "It's because of them. However, the disciples of the Blue Thunder sect only captured us and didn't do anything. My injuries were caused by the Dark Nether Prince. It was also the Dark Nether Prince who asked them to kneel. However, it was the Yin Yang Young Master who made them kneel until now. He said that if you didn't come, they couldn't get up. Otherwise, he would destroy all of our martial arts and cut off one of our arms." Yes, it was the Yin Yang Young Master who said that. At this moment, Wu Ping, who was sent flying by the Fire Cloud Lion, got up. Although his body was covered in blood and his injuries weren't light, he was still arrogant. He shouted, "Yi Xing, how dare you? The first and second disciples of the Sun Moon sect are in the Blue Cloud Hall. How dare you hurt me? You're courting death." Yi Xing's eyes were still burning with flames. His gaze instantly locked onto Wu Ping's body. Ma Ren said, "This person is a disciple of the Sun Moon sect. He is in charge of guarding us." Because the aura of a treasure leaked out from the Green Cloud Palace, the rest of the people went in to search for treasures. If it wasn't for Mo Shilan feeding me a healing spirit pill, I would have been kicked to death by this person. Yi Xing's figure was like a bolt of lightning, appearing in front of Wu Ping in a flash. His speed was so fast that he could appear and disappear like a ghost, even faster than Wu Ping's reaction speed. If Yi Xing were to slap Wu Ping now, Wu Ping would not even have the time to react before being sent flying by Yi Xing's slap. Yi Xing was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he stared at Wu Ping with a sharp gaze and said, "Is the disciple of the Sun Moon sect that great?" A layer of cold sweat appeared on Wu Ping's forehead. Yi Xing's sharp aura made him feel fearful. Even the 8-star martial saint, Yang Kuan, was injured by Yi Xing. Wu Ping was very clear that in terms of individual strength, he was far from being a match for Yi Xing. However, as a disciple of the Sun Moon sect, Wu Ping had his own confidence. Especially since the Yin Yang Young Master and the Great Sun Young Master were currently in the Blue Cloud Palace, Wu Ping tried his best to suppress the fear in his heart. Wu Ping tried his best to widen his eyes, replying to Yi Xing's gaze, and said, "The disciples of the Sun Moon sect are that great. Among the 6 young masters, the Sun Moon sect has 2 of them. Among the top 10 sects of the Blue Cloud region, no one can compete with us. The disciples of the Falling Star sect are all trash in front of the disciples of the Sun Moon sect. If you dare to hurt a hair on my head, all the disciples of the including you, Yi Xing, will suffer. The Yin Yang Young Master and the Great Sun Young Master will turn your bones into ashes." After saying this, Wu Ping let out a sigh of relief. He was not frightened by Yi Xing's aura. He maintained the dominance and strength that the disciples of the Sun Moon sect should have. He was very proud of himself. However, what he did not expect was that his words would completely ignite the flames in Yi Xing's heart. Yi Xing instantly exploded with a terrifying aura. The air around him moved without any wind. The powerful aura condensed into an illusory long spear above him, piercing towards the blue sky. Wu Ping felt that the Yi Xing in front of him had turned into a lone peak. This was a huge mountain that pierced through the sky, making him feel deep reverence. He could only look up to it. Just as Wu Ping was in a daze, Yi Xing's hand made a grabbing motion. Wu Ping felt his neck tighten, and his body was suspended in the air. Suddenly, Yi Xing clasped his neck and lifted him up. Dense celestial essence gushed out and rushed into Wu Ping's body, scattering Wu Ping's celestial essence, making it impossible for him to circulate his celestial essence. His body went soft, like a little chick being carried by Yixing. Wu Ping was horrified. He screamed, "Yixing, how dare you? Do you want all the disciples of the Falling Star sect to be crippled because of you?" The faces of the disciples of the Falling Star sect changed dramatically. Although Yixing had killed young Master Watanabe, young Master Enyang of the Sun Moon sect was not someone young Master Watanabe could compare to. Moreover, in the past 20 days, several young masters had encountered opportunities in the Azure Cloud ancient land, and their cultivation had improved. The current young Master Dari was far more powerful than young Master Watanabe. The young Master Enyang was even more terrifying. The disciples of the Falling Star sect did not think that Yixing could deal with young Master Enyang and young Master Dari of the Sun Moon sect. Moreover, Yixing was not only facing them, but also the extremely vicious young Master Enyang. The disciples of the Falling Star sect knew how vicious the young Master Enyang was. If they angered him again, they could not imagine the consequences. Therefore, when they saw Yixing attacking Wu Ping again, their hearts almost jumped out of their throats. "Yixing, are you trying to get us killed?" "Senior brother Yixing, please calm down. You can't hit him, you can't hit him. Stop. Stop, don't get us involved." Led by Qi Jingyang, several disciples of the Falling Star sect shouted. Yixing turned a deaf ear to their words. His eyes revealed a bone-chilling coldness as he stared at Wu Ping fiercely and said, "What I, Yixing, hate most in my life is other people's threats, and I'm not afraid of other people's threats. You disciples of the Sun Moon sect are nothing in my eyes. Not only are you nothing, but you're also smelly, no different from a pile of shit." As soon as he finished speaking, Yixing threw Wu Ping to the ground. Bang! Wu Ping's body slammed into the ground with a loud bang. The ground within a radius of 10 feet shattered into pieces, and half of his body sank into the shattered earth and rocks. Puff! Wu Ping's body was violently hit, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The young Master Enyang and young Master Dari were in the Azure Cloud Palace, and Yixing actually dared to attack him. This was beyond Wu Ping's expectation. At this moment, he could no longer maintain his strong momentum, and the fear in his heart increased greatly. Run. At this moment, Wu Ping only had one thought, and that was to escape from Yixing's evil clutches and return to the young Master Enyang and young Master Dari. However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, he felt something tighten around the heel of his right leg. In an instant, his head felt heavy and his feet felt light. Yixing grabbed his ankle and lifted him up again. Before Wu Ping could speak, Yixing grabbed Wu Ping and threw him to the ground again. Once again. Once again. Bang, bang, bang. Wu Ping was hit by Yixing 3 times in a row. Each time, the ground cracked, and a human-shaped hole appeared. Wu Ping was hit by Yixing until he was half dead and half alive. He only had time to let out a few screams, and did not have time to say anything. After hitting him 3 times in a row, Yixing threw Wu Ping's body with force. Wu Ping's body suddenly flew dozens of meters away, and then fell to the ground again, rolling continuously. After rolling for more than 10 meters, Wu Ping stopped. At this moment, blood was gushing out of his mouth, and his internal organs were damaged. He had suffered extremely serious internal injuries. If it weren't for Wu Ping being a marquis martial sage with a robust celestial essence and a strong defensive power, he would have died under Yixing's attack. Looking at Wu Ping, who fell in the distance and could no longer move, most of the Falling Star sect disciples were dumbfounded. "It's over. We're finished. We're finished." Qi Jingyang sat on the ground and howled miserably. Most of the Falling Star sect disciples were also filled with pessimism. Wu Ping was the person left behind by the Sun Moon sect to watch over them. At the same time, he was also the person who waited for Yixing to come and take Yixing to see young Master Enyang and young Master Great Sunday. Now that Yixing had beaten Wu Ping unconscious and on the verge of death, the Falling Star sect disciples knew that Yixing had poked a hornet's nest. Not to mention how young Master Enyang and young Master Great Sun would take revenge, just the ferocity of young Master Enyang and young Master Dark Nether was enough to terrify them. Looking for a recommendation ticket. The novel Supreme Archer God We'll have more new content on the official WeChat platform. At the same time, there's a 100% chance of a lucky draw for everyone. Open WeChat now, click the plus sign on the top right to add friend, search for the public account, Kdred, and follow. Hurry! Chapter 309. Yi Xing had expected the reaction of the Falling Star sect's disciples. Apart from Ma Ren, who still had some backbone, the other 8 people weren't much. They definitely didn't have the courage to go against the Sun Moon sect and the Dark Mystic sect. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so obedient and knelt until Yi Xing arrived. If they were fearless, they would have died standing instead of kneeling. Since they were afraid, they did not know Yi Xing's strength. Of course, they did not want to see Yi Xing provoke the Sun Moon sect and the Stygian sect. They did not want to be caught in the crossfire. Yi Xing glanced at the 8 people who were depressed. Then he turned to Ma Ren and said, "The disciples of the Sun Moon sect, the mysterious underworld sect, and the Blue Thunder sect are all in the Green Cloud Hall?" Ma Ren nodded, gritted his teeth and stood up. He said, "Yi Xing, I will go with you. Even if I die, I will not let them look down on the Falling Star sect." Although the medicinal effect of the medial grade spirit cleansing pill was very strong and could heal Ma Ren completely, it would still require a certain amount of time. Right now, Ma Ren could barely move, much less fight. Even a 5-star martial sage could easily defeat him. Yi Xing waved his hand and said, "You stay here and recover. I don't even need to do anything to deal with them. A level 3 demonic beast is enough." Ma Ren and the other 8 disciples were stunned. A level 3 demonic beast? A level 3 demonic beast that was equivalent to a star realm enlightened being? At this moment, Yi Xing waved at the fire cloud lion. The fire cloud lion flashed and turned into a red shadow. It instantly appeared beside Yi Xing. Yi Xing sat on the back of the fire cloud lion. The fire cloud lion roared and rushed into the Green Cloud Hall with Yi Xing. At this moment, the disciples of the Falling Star sect realized that the fire cloud lion that Yi Xing brought was an adult fire cloud lion that was equivalent to a star realm enlightened being. The Green Cloud Palace was very spacious, and there were many sub-palaces inside. Among them, most of the sub-halls were sealed and could not be entered. However, there were treasures stored inside. Every time the seal was broken, the aura of the treasures would leak out. The seal of the Green Cloud Hall was extremely powerful. While it was still intact, it was impossible to break through it. However, once it was broken, the defense of the Green Cloud Hall would be greatly reduced. With everyone working together, it was not difficult to break through the seal. At this moment, the disciples of the Sun Moon sect, the Profound Underworld sect, the Heavenly Luo sect, the Blue Thunder sect, the Spirit Moon sect, the Wind God sect, and the Blood God sect were all attacking the seal of one of the sub-palaces. From the cracks in the seal, one could see the treasures in the branch hall. This was a spirit weapon hall, and there were many spirit weapons placed inside. There were 3 upper-grade spirit weapons, 12 mid-grade spirit weapons, and 36 low-grade spirit weapons, making a total of 51 spirit weapons. To the martial artists present, a low-grade spirit weapon was not much of a treasure. However, a mid-grade spirit weapon was definitely a pretty good treasure. Not to mention upper-grade spirit weapons. There were not many upper-grade spirit weapons in the Green Cloud region, especially in the 6 southern sects. Most of them only had 1 or 2, and the most was no more than 3. As for the 4 northern sects, they only had 5 or 6, and the most was no more than 8. However, even the weakest of the 6 southern sects had about 10 immortals, and some even had nearly 20. The number of immortals in the 4 northern sects was even more. It could be seen that in the Green Cloud region, even the immortals mostly used mid-grade spirit weapons. There were not many immortals who had upper-grade spirit weapons. For the 6 southern sects, upper-grade spirit weapons were their most precious treasures. In this spirit weapon hall, there were no less than 3 upper-grade spirit weapons, which were more than many of the 6 southern sects. It was a huge treasure trove. The 5 child-level geniuses all targeted these 3 upper-grade spirit weapons. Among them, Yin-Yang Child and Thunderbolt Child both targeted a fiery red glove among the 3 upper-grade spirit weapons. They majored in fists, palms, and fingers, and their hands were their weapons. However, a body of flesh and blood was ultimately unable to be compared to a divine weapon. With the strength of the two, when they executed their martial arts, their palms were able to clash against a mid-grade spirit weapon. However, they were absolutely unable to clash against a high-grade spirit weapon. If they had an upper-grade spirit weapon glove, it would be different. Wearing an upper-grade spirit weapon glove would not only increase the power of their fists, palms, and fingers, but also greatly increase their defensive power. They would be able to fight against upper-grade spirit weapons. Young Master Dark Nether and Young Master Great Sun locked their eyes on a black spear among the 3 upper-grade spiritual weapons. Their usual weapons were spears, and this upper-grade spiritual weapon was the divine weapon that they had been dreaming of. Although Enyang Child and Dari Child had a good relationship, and their sex had a good relationship, but in front of upper-grade spirit weapons, any relationship was not a relationship. Even if they were fellow disciples, if they fancied the same treasure, they would still have to fight. Whoever snatched it would get it. As for Tian Luo, he targeted a green sword among the 3 upper-grade spirit weapons. Tian Luo majored in swordsmanship, so he was determined to get this upper-grade spirit weapon. However, although there were no other child-level geniuses competing with him, he was not 100% sure that he could get this upper-grade spirit weapon. How precious was an upper-grade spirit weapon? Even if the other 4 child-level geniuses wanted to compete for the upper-grade spirit weapon they needed, they would not let Tian Luo take it away so easily. The 3 8-star martial saints of the Sun Moon sect, the Dark Underworld sect, and the Blue Thunder sect all received the Celestial Essence sound transmission, and they tried their best to stop Tian Luo. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk how terrifying was the combined attack of dozens of people? Every time they attacked, the sound was deafening, and the cracks of the seal were getting bigger and bigger. The 5 child-level geniuses, as well as all the martial artists, raised their spirits to the limit. Not only did they attack continuously, but they also reserved their strength and made preparations. They were only waiting for the moment when the seal was completely broken, and then they would rush into the spiritual weapon palace to snatch the spirit weapon they fancied. Upper-grade spirit weapons were what child-level geniuses and 8-star martial saints fought for. Middle-grade spirit weapons were what 7-star martial saints fought for. As for low-grade spiritual weapons, although they were nothing much to them, they were still precious items. No one would dislike having more treasures on their person. Therefore, martial saints below the level of 7 stars all set their sights on low-grade spiritual weapons. There were also some 7-star martial saints who were not confident in fighting for mid-grade spirit weapons, so they changed their target to low-grade spirit weapons. At that very moment, although everyone was alert, their attention was on the spirit weapon hall in front of them. No one noticed that there was a fire cloud lion behind them. It was like a nimble cat, quietly approaching them. Although the Green Cloud Palace was very big, the sound of dozens of people attacking was too loud. Yi Xing did not take long to find this place. Riding on the Fire Cloud Lion, he arrived behind the crowd. The Fire Cloud Lion was a 3rd-grade demonic beast. After locking onto the aura, its movements were silent. Yi Xing's breathing was also calm, and he was as still as a mountain. Because of his attainment in wind force, when he and the Fire Cloud Lion arrived, they did not even cause the air currents to move. In addition to the explosive sounds of attacks in front of them, everyone's attention was on the front. Therefore, they did not notice the arrival of him and the Fire Cloud Lion. This was very normal. Yi Xing was not in a hurry to size up the martial artists in front of him. His gaze also swept past the broken seal and looked at the spiritual weapon palace. His eyes narrowed slightly. He had his eyes on 2 treasures. The 2 treasures were both high-grade spirit weapons. One was a black treasured spear. Yi Xing cultivated in spear arts, and the purple feather spear could no longer keep up with his realm. He needed a good spear, and this black treasured spear was just right. The other was a fiery red glove. Yi Xing had obtained the high-grade spirit martial art, the Flame Aura Fist. In the future, he would definitely cultivate it. When he used the Flame Aura Fist, If he had a high-grade spirit weapon glove, not only would the power be stronger, Yi Xing would also be fearless of any high-grade spirit weapons attacks. Yi Xing had made up his mind. He would obtain these 2 high-grade spirit weapons. Boom! Yi Xing had just arrived, and in just a few breaths of time, with an explosive sound, the seal in front of him was completely broken, turning into nothingness. The barrier that blocked the entrance of the palace had finally been cleared. Everyone's eyes instantly lit up. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Figures after figures streaked across the air. The martial artists exploded their speed to the limit and pounced towards different spirit weapons. The ones with the fastest speed were undoubtedly the 5 young masters. At this moment, Yi Xing moved. The fire cloud lion beneath him also moved. One speed was even faster than a true master who had just entered the astral realm, and the other's speed was comparable to a 2-stars true master. It could be imagined that when Yi Xing and the fire cloud lion moved, their speed far surpassed the others, including the 5 young masters. The novel Supreme Archer God will have even more fresh content on the official WeChat platform. At the same time, there will be a 100% chance of a lucky draw for everyone. Open WeChat now, click the plus sign at the top right to add friend, search for the public account, Kdred, and follow it. Hurry up! Chapter 310. Yin Yang Young Master and Thunderbolt Young Master both pounced on the fiery red gloves and regarded each other as their only competitors. Rushing Thunder Palm. Scorching Sun Finger. With a loud bang, a scorching light bloomed. The 2 young masters had already attacked each other while they were pouncing on the fiery red gloves. With a loud bang, Thunderbolt Young Master's body shook slightly and his speed suddenly slowed down. Yin Yang Young Master, on the other hand, continued to dash toward the fiery red gloves. As the number 1 existence among the 6 young masters, Yin Yang Young Master had the lowest cultivation, but his strength was the strongest. Yin Nether Young Master and Great Sun Young Master were pouncing on the black spiritual spear at the same speed. They also launched fierce attacks on each other. Using their hands as spears, their celestial essence transformed into dazzling spear lights. When the spear lights collided, the airflow surged. The 2's strength was equal, so the terrifying power stopped their speed at the same time. In the next moment, they pushed their celestial essence with all their strength and used their lightness skills to rush toward the black spiritual spear. As for young Master Tianluo, who was pouncing on the green spiritual sword, he was also attacked. Yang Kuan, Xianming, and Lei Yun were half a beat slower than young Master Tianluo. At the same time, they used their unique skills to attack young Master Tianluo's back. Star Luo Sword Art. A middle-grade spiritual sword suddenly appeared in young Master Tianluo's hand. With a wave of the sword lights were as dense as stars. Not only did it cut the 3's attacks into pieces, but it also counterattacked at the same time. As a 9-star martial saint, young Master Tianluo's strength was extremely strong. 3 8-star martial saints could not compare with him. The 3 were repelled by young Master Tianluo in one move. Young Master Tianluo was no longer blocked. He pounced on the green spiritual sword as fast as lightning. Whoosh! At this time, a dazzling light burst out. It was Yin Yang Young Master, who pointed at young Master Tianluo from a distance. At the same time, Yin Yang Young Master's expression changed. He seemed to feel a gust of wind blowing beside him. The Yin Yang Young Master immediately reacted. Someone had overtaken him and rushed towards the high-grade spirit weapon glove. He was shocked and furious. He immediately retracted his gaze from the Tianluo Young Master. The Yin Yang Young Master had just turned his head when he saw a figure flash past the high-grade spirit weapon glove in front of him. The glove instantly disappeared, having been snatched away. Just as Yi Xing grabbed the high-grade spiritual weapon glove, a fiery red shadow instantly overtook young Master Great Sun and young Master Dark Nether. It was the Fire Cloud Lion. The Fire Cloud Lion's speed was much faster than young Master Great Sun and young Master Dark Nether. It rushed to the front of the upper-grade spirit spear and grabbed the black spear with its claws before returning to Yi Xing's side with lightning speed. Rip at this moment, young Master Tian Luo's sword slashed apart the ardent sun finger of the yin-yang young master. Although his speed was slowed down, he had no other opponent. In the next moment, young Master Tian Luo also grabbed the high-grade spiritual weapon sword. The mid-grade and low-grade spiritual weapons were still being fought over. The 3 high-grade spiritual weapons had already been obtained by someone else. Yi Xing took the high-grade spiritual weapon spear that the Fire Cloud Lion had snatched. Together with the high-grade spirit weapon glove, 2 high-grade spiritual weapons had fallen into his hands. Among the 5 young masters, other than young Master Tian Luo who had obtained a high-grade spiritual weapon, the Yin-Yang Young Master, young Master Thunder, young Master Great Sun, and young Master Dark Nether were all left empty-handed. This result was out of everyone's expectations. No one knew how Yi Xing and the Fire Cloud Lion had appeared. Young Master Tian Luo had obtained what he wanted and was in a good mood. However, the other 4 young masters were all left empty-handed and were furious. There was actually someone who dared to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. The 4 young masters' auras suddenly exploded and became incomparably terrifying. The surrounding martial artists all shuddered. Yi Xing, he is Yi Xing. Yang Kuan, Lei Yun, and Ming Shuang were shocked when they saw Yi Xing. Then they pointed at Yi Xing and shouted at the same time. Everyone present was shocked. Even some of the martial artists who were fighting over the spiritual weapons were distracted. Yi Xing, this was a name that shocked everyone. This was because they already knew that the reason why the Sun Moon Sect, Mysterious Underworld Sect, and Azure Thunder Sect disciples had attacked the Falling Star Sect disciples was because the Falling Star Sect disciple, Yi Xing, had injured the 8-star martial sages of the 3 sections. Everyone knew that the Sun Moon Sect, Mysterious Underworld Sect, and Azure Thunder Sect disciples were all looking for Yi Xing. Who would have thought that Yi Xing would actually appear at this time? Furthermore, he had snatched the 2 high-grade spiritual weapons that the Yin-Yang Young Master, young Master Thunder, young Master Dark Nether, and young Master Great Sun were fighting over. This was no different from adding fuel to the fire. Looking at Yi Xing, the 4 young masters' eyes revealed terrifying killing intent. Of course, although the 4 of them had strong killing intent, they still had some misgivings about killing Yi Xing. No matter how weak the 6 southern sects were, they were still a 1-star sect. There were elders of the Enlightened Master Realm and even 3-star Enlightened Masters. It would be fine if no one knew that Yi Xing had killed their genius disciples. However, if the news was leaked, it would lead to strong retaliation. The young Master Realm geniuses had not yet matured. Although they were absolute experts below the Enlightened Master Realm, they were still unable to compete with an Enlightened Master. If they fought to the death, if the Enlightened Masters of the other sects wanted to kill them, then they would have to face the assassination of Enlightened Masters when they left the sect. They would be in danger at all times. Because of this, even though the young Master Dark Nether was extremely vicious, he had only seriously injured Ma Ren and did not take his life. When the Enlightened Masters of the 6 southern sects killed the genius disciples of the 4 northern sects, they were gambling with their own lives and even the survival of their sections. If they were not forced into a dead end, they would not take such a big risk to kill the genius disciples of the 4 northern sects, especially the young Master Realm geniuses. Killing any one of them was like poking a hornet's nest. Therefore, the young masters were very confident that as long as they did not take the lives of the genius disciples of the 6 southern sects, no matter how they humiliated them, it was just a fight between the younger generation. The enlightened masters of the 6 southern sects would not dare to be enemies with the 4 northern sects because of this, nor would they dare to kill them. As for the fight between the disciples of the 4 northern sects, it was another story. The young Master Dark Nether walked forward. His eyes were like the eyes of a viper, fiercely staring at Yi Xing, full of a tyrannical aura. The young Master Dark Nether said in a cold voice, "You not only dared to injure the disciples of the 4 northern sects, but also dared to snatch the upper-grade spiritual weapon from our hands. Yi Xing, you are really audacious." In the face of the young Master Dark Nether's suppressive aura, Yi Xing's expression was as usual, without the slightest fear. Yi Xing's eyes were also incomparably sharp. The young Master Dark Nether was the murderer who had seriously injured Marin. He slightly narrowed his eyes and said, "Young Master Dark Nether, you have seriously injured and insulted the disciples of the Falling Star sect. In front of me, Yixing, you still dare to be so rampant. You are really audacious. To deal with an arrogant person, one could only be more arrogant than him." All the warriors were stunned by Yixing's words. This Yixing was even more arrogant than the young Master Dark Nether. However, the warriors felt that it was reasonable for the young Master Dark Nether to be arrogant. Because he was one of the most powerful warriors in the Green Cloud region in the future, he was qualified to be arrogant. As for Yixing, although he had defeated 3 8-star martial sages and also showed the terrifying ability to challenge those at a higher level, his fame had just been established. After all, he was not as awe-inspiring as the young Master Dark Nether. In the eyes of the warriors, he was still not qualified, especially to be arrogant in front of the young Master Dark Nether. Haha. The young Master Dark Nether laughed wildly and said, "No wonder you dared to injure the disciples of the Northern 4 sects. You are really arrogant. However, if you don't have enough strength, being arrogant is seeking your own death. You tell me, should I slap your mouth first or break your legs first?" Yixing smiled and said, "Slap my mouth and break my legs at the same time, okay?" Ha! This time, not only the young Master Dark Nether laughed, but most of the warriors also laughed. Young Master Tianluo looked at Yixing suspiciously. He thought that this person was either too stupid or had something to rely on. However, young Master Tianluo did not see what Yixing relied on. The young Master Dark Nether's strength was stronger than many 9-star martial sages, and Yixing was only a 6-star martial sage. As for the Fire Cloud Lion beside him, young Master Tianluo absolutely did not expect that this was an adult Fire Cloud Lion, a 3rd-level demonic beast. The young Master Dark Nether laughed nastily and said, "Hee hee, good. This young master will slap your mouth and break your dog legs at the same time." Yixing waved his hand indifferently. "Fire Cloud, slap his mouth and break his dog legs. Please recommend me." The novel Supreme Archer God will have more fresh content on the official WeChat platform. At the same time, there will be a 100% lottery gift for everyone. Open WeChat now, click the plus sign at the top right to add friend, search for the public account, Kdred, and follow it. Hurry up! Chapter 311. As soon as Dark Nether Young Master's voice fell, his terrifying aura completely erupted. The air around him surged, and the wind howled. He shot out a palm, and his celestial essence transformed into a dazzling spear that shot towards Yixing. Yixing was just a 6-star martial saint. Even though he had defeated an 8-star martial saint, Dark Nether Young Master did not take it to heart. He did not use a spiritual weapon, but a spear formed from celestial essence. A Taoist in the astral realm could form a weapon from the astral essence in his body, which was comparable to a spiritual weapon. However, a weapon formed from celestial essence was much weaker than a low-grade spiritual weapon. Dark Nether Young Master only used celestial essence to form a weapon to deal with Yixing. Obviously, he was looking down on him. However, with his strength, even if he used celestial essence to form a weapon, it was enough to sweep away anyone below the 9-star martial saint realm. Facing Dark Nether Young Master's attack, Yixing's expression remained unchanged. He did not dodge or block. Under Yixing's command, the Fire Cloud Lion beside him pounced on Dark Nether Young Master. The Fire Cloud Lion roared and stretched out its huge claw to slap the Celestial Essence Spear. The Celestial Essence Spear was crushed by the Fire Cloud Lion's claw. The Fire Cloud Lion did not use its full strength, but its aura was fierce and terrifying. It was comparable to a half-step Taoist master, much stronger than Dark Nether Young Master. Seeing Dark Nether Young Master's Celestial Essence Spear being crushed in an instant, all the cultivators were stunned. Only now did they understand that the Fire Cloud Lion beside Yixing was so powerful. The Fire Cloud Lion smashed Dark Nether Young Master's Celestial Essence Spear with one claw, and in the next moment, its huge claw slapped towards Dark Nether Young Master's head. Demonic beasts were strong and had infinite strength. Their fighting style was different from that of cultivators. They did not have many moves, nor did they use celestial bodies to increase their strength. They only had absolute strength. Dark Nether Young Master looked at the Fire Cloud Lion's huge claw, and his face suddenly changed as he felt a strong sense of crisis. In an instant, a mid-grade spirit spear appeared in the Dark Nether Young Master's hand. It carried a flowing light as it swept towards the sky to block the Fire Cloud Lion's claw. At the same time, the Dark Nether Prince stomped on the ground and flew backward. Bang! In an instant, the middle-grade spiritual spear collided with the huge claw of the Fire Cloud Lion. The difference in strength between the two was like the difference between clouds and mud. The Dark Nether Prince couldn't withstand the Fire Cloud Lion's claw. He felt that the lion's claw was like a mountain pressing down on him. The violent collision caused the Dark Nether Prince to spit out a mouthful of blood. He was unable to fly back as he wished. Instead, he leaned back and was slapped to the ground by the Fire Cloud Lion's claw. All the warriors present were dumbfounded. They had never expected that the Fire Cloud Lion's strength would be so terrifying. The first claw broke the Dark Nether Prince's attack, and the second claw slammed the Dark Nether Prince to the ground, causing him to vomit blood. The two of them were on completely different levels, like clouds and mud. While the martial artists were still in shock, the Fire Cloud Lion's third claw attacked the Dark Nether Young Master. The giant golden claw slammed down viciously towards the Dark Nether Prince's leg. When had the Nether Dark Prince ever suffered such a setback? Fear flooded his face. At this moment, his heart was truly filled with fear. "Stop!" the Dark Nether Prince shouted. It was too late for him to get up, so he could only roll on the ground. However, the Fire Cloud Lion's speed was much faster than the Dark Nether Prince had expected. He had only turned half of his body when the giant claw came down. Ah! The Dark Nether Prince let out a shrill scream. The Fire Cloud Lion's giant claw had viciously clawed at his right leg. The Fire Cloud Lion's claw only covered half of his leg. In other words, the Dark Nether Prince would have completely dodged the claw if there had been a little more time. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. The Fire Cloud Lion's claw was extremely sharp. It was even better than a middle-grade spiritual weapon. The claw that had clawed at the Dark Nether Prince's leg dug deep into his flesh, piercing through his bone and coming out from the other side. The Dark Nether Prince's leg bone had been broken by the Fire Cloud Lion's claw. "Stop!" The Enchanting Prince was enraged when he saw this. He immediately attacked. He wore a pair of grayish-white gloves on his hands. He used the Scorching Sun finger and pointed at the Fire Cloud Lion's head. Swoosh! The finger radiance broke through the void. The Enchanting Prince had used all his strength to attack. It was much more terrifying than the finger radiance that had interfered with the Tian Luo Prince previously. All the martial artists were shocked when they saw the finger radiance. The finger radiance was too fast. The finger radiance was too terrifying. No one could block or evade the finger radiance. Even Tian Luo Prince frowned. He felt great pressure from the finger radiance and had a feeling that he could not withstand it. However, the finger radiance was unable to force the Fire Cloud Lion away. The Fire Cloud Lion held the Dark Nether Prince's leg with one claw. The Fire Cloud Lion clawed at the Enchanting Prince's finger radiance with the other claw. The Fire Cloud radiance was condensed from the demonic power. It was stronger than the Scorching Sun finger radiance of the Enchanting Prince. Bang! The two collided and there was a loud explosion. The Fire Cloud Lion did not move, but the Enchanting Prince's expression changed and he took 3 steps back. The martial artists were shocked again. The Fire Cloud Lion was so powerful that even the Enchanting Prince was forced to retreat. The Enchanting Prince was the strongest among the 6 princes. If he was not a match for the Fire Cloud Lion, it meant that no one in the entire Green Cloud Ancient Land was a match for the Fire Cloud Lion. While the martial artists were still in shock, the Fire Cloud Lion did not stop attacking. After repelling the Enchanting Prince with one claw, the Fire Cloud Lion clawed at the Dark Nether Prince's head. "Beast, how dare you!" The Enchanting Prince and the Dark Nether Prince shouted at the same time. The head was a vital part of the human body. The Fire Cloud Lion's attack power was terrifying. If the Fire Cloud Lion's claw hit the Dark Nether Prince's head, the Dark Nether Prince's head would burst open. However, the Fire Cloud Lion did not care about their shouts. It only obeyed Yixing's command and did not hesitate to hit the Dark Nether Prince's head. Ah! The Dark Nether young master let out a mournful shriek and howled miserably. The Fire Cloud Lion didn't smash the Dark Nether young master's head, but its sharp claws slashed across the Dark Nether young master's mouth. A deep wound instantly appeared on the upper and lower lips of the Dark Nether young master. His entire mouth was split into 4, and even 2 of his front teeth were knocked out, dripping with blood. Although the injury was not fatal, it was extremely painful. It was more than 10 times more painful than the broken bones in his legs. No wonder the Dark Nether Prince kept screaming miserably. However, the more he screamed, the more intense the pain in his mouth was. The severe pain made his tears flow. His face was covered with tears and blood. The Fire Cloud Lion had received the order to break the Dark Nether Prince's legs and break his mouth. The mission was completed. The Dark Nether Prince's screams aroused the Fire Cloud Lion's ferocious nature. It pressed its claws on the Dark Nether Prince's chest and stretched its head towards the Dark Nether Prince's head with its mouth wide open. The Fire Cloud Lion's roar was several times louder than the Dark Nether Prince's screams. It shook the ears of the martial artists present and caused their saliva to splatter all over the Dark Nether Prince's face. The Dark Nether Prince was directly in front of the Fire Cloud Lion's roar. The roar he heard was several times louder than the other martial artists. His ears buzzed and his mind went blank. He was directly knocked unconscious by the Fire Cloud Lion's roar. Seeing the scene in front of them, the martial artists looked at each other. They thought that the Dark Nether Prince was qualified to be arrogant and that Yixing was not. Now, it seemed that they were wrong. Yixing was not arrogant. He was completely confident. With such a powerful monster beast, crushing the Dark Nether Prince would be as easy as flipping his hand. The Dark Nether Prince was arrogant in front of him. This was true arrogance. The Stygian sect disciples looked at the unconscious Dark Nether Prince and were all dumbfounded. Especially Ming Shuang, her eyes were filled with disbelief. She thought that the Dark Nether Prince could easily crush Yixing. Therefore, when they were fighting for the Flame Dipper Fist Manual, even though Yixing's strength surpassed hers, she still didn't put Yixing in her eyes. Now, he realized how stupid he was. He was simply an idiot. The Yin Yang Young Master, the Great Sun Young Master, and the Thunder Young Master were all shocked by the Fire Cloud Lion's strength. They didn't dare to act rashly. The intense pain in his mouth and legs quickly caused the Dark Nether Prince to wake up from his unconscious state. As soon as he woke up, the pain was 100 times more intense. He began to groan again. Yixing walked up from behind and came to the Dark Nether Prince's side. He stepped on him. The novel Supreme Archer God will have more new content on the official WeChat platform. At the same time, there is a 100% chance of a lucky draw for everyone. Open WeChat now and click on the plus sign at the top right to add friend. Search for the public account, Kdred, and follow it. Hurry up! Chapter 312. Yixing stepped on the Dark Nether Young Master's chest and said, "When you humiliated my Meteor Sect disciples and made them kneel, did you ever think that you would be trampled under the feet of a Meteor Sect disciple?" The Dark Nether Young Master's lips were split into 4 and filled with blood. He was in so much pain that he couldn't speak at all. However, from the way he glared at Yixing, it was obvious that he was filled with hatred and indignation. Yixing stepped hard on the Dark Nether Young Master's chest. The Dark Nether Young Master howled in pain and fear finally appeared in his eyes. Yixing's gaze was like a sword as he stared at the Dark Nether Young Master and said, "You also know anger? You also know indignation? When you humiliated others, didn't you know that you would have such a day? Trash like you who doesn't care about the lives of others is only fit to be trampled under the feet of others." Trash? The Dark Nether Young Master's eyes were spitting fire as he struggled violently. He was a genius of his generation and no one had ever called him trash. However, with the Fire Cloud Lion stepping on his chest, he couldn't get up at all. Furthermore, the more he struggled, the more the fire cloud lion's sharp claws pierced into his leg wound. He groaned in pain and immediately deflated. The martial artists were shocked and sighed in their hearts. The Dark Nether young master's reputation was ruined. He had become a stepping stone for another genius. Eldest senior brother? When the Dark Nether sect disciples saw the Dark Nether young master howling in pain, they were furious and anxious. The Yin young master walked out again and said, "Yi Xing, you're just relying on your demonic beast. What right do you have to show off and be arrogant? Without the demonic beast's help, the Dark Nether young master can crush you with one hand. What ability do you have? You're just a piece of trash. Hurry up and release the Dark Nether young master." Yi Xing glanced at the Yin young master and sneered, "Huh? Who do you think you are? Do you think you have the right to criticize me? Could it be that only you are allowed to flaunt your prowess by relying on your sect, but I'm not allowed to do so by relying on my demonic beast? I'm going to be arrogant today. I'm going to trample all of you tyrannical people under my feet and let you have a taste of being humiliated." The Yin young master's face was ashen. He was so angry that he almost turned green. He was a monstrous genius that only appeared once every 1,000 years in the Qingyun region. He was the best of his generation. No one had ever dared to speak to him like this. The disciples of the Sun Moon sect were also infuriated. The Sun Moon sect had produced 2 young master-level geniuses in each generation, especially the Yin young master. No matter if it was cultivation talent or martial arts talent, both were extremely high. He had the potential to become the strongest person in the Clear Sky region in the past 1,000 years. He was the pride and future of the Sun Moon sect. However, Yi Xing implied that the Yin young master was nothing. How could they not be angry? The Yin young master said coldly, "Yi Xing, do you really think that we can't do anything to you just because you have a demonic beast that is equivalent to a half-step enlightened being?" As soon as he finished speaking, the Yin young master didn't pay any attention to Yi Xing's answer, and he gazed at the Thunder young master instead and said, "Lei Bao, you heard it. This kid treats us like ants. You wouldn't be thinking of acting like a coward and shrinking your head in fear, right?" The Thunder young master squinted his eyes. His body emitted a tyrannical aura as he said, "I've been arrogant my whole life. Who have I ever been afraid of? Some people are arrogant because they rely on external forces, but their true strength can't even withstand a single blow. I have to let him know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Alright, this fire cloud lion is equivalent to a half-step enlightened being. We can deal with it together." The Yin young master shouted. He turned his gaze to the Great Sun young master and said, "Yangon, Lei Bao and I will deal with the fire cloud lion. I'll leave that kid to you. Let him know the consequences of messing with someone he shouldn't mess with." The Great Sun young master chuckled. His eyes were filled with cruelty as he said, "I will make him regret being born into this world. Cripple him. Let him die." The disciples of the Sun Moon sect, the Dark Underworld sect, and the Green Thunder sect waved their fists and shouted. Yi Xing smiled disdainfully. The 3 young masters were indeed terrifying when they joined forces. The Yin young master's strength was already invincible among 9-star martial sages and could compete with a half-step enlightened being. If the fire cloud lion was really equivalent to a half-step enlightened being, then the Yin young master's arrangement was indeed effective. Unfortunately, the fire cloud lion was already an adult. It was a LV3 demonic beast, which was equivalent to a enlightened being in the enlightenment realm. The Yin young master and the Thunder young master stood together and glared at the fire cloud lion. They were ready to attack. The Great Sun young master had also locked onto Yi Xing. As long as the Yin young master and the Thunder young master held the fire cloud lion back, he would attack Yi Xing. He wanted to capture Yi Xing alive and slowly torture him. The disciples of the Spirit Moon sect held their breaths. They did not expect that Yi Xing would have such a powerful demonic beast. However, they were now in a dangerous situation where even a half-step enlightened being could not turn the situation around. They were worried that Yi Xing would not be able to resist. As for Yi Xing himself, he was much more relaxed. Facing the 3 young masters, his expression was still calm. This made the doubts in the Tian Luo young master's heart become heavier. Based on his intuition, he felt that Yi Xing was a smart person and would not do anything stupid. Therefore, Yi Xing should have a stronger trump card. However, the Tian Luo young master did not know what kind of trump card Yi Xing had that could resist the three young masters. The Tian Luo young master widened his eyes and stared at Yi Xing. When he saw the corner of Yi Xing's mouth curl up, he was sure that Yi Xing must have some tricks up his sleeve. The Yin Yang young master, the Great Sun young master, and the Thunder young master would probably follow in the footsteps of the Dark Nether young master and suffer in the hands of Yi Xing. Yi Xing did not wait for the other party to attack first. He waved his hand and said, "Fire Cloud Lion, take them down." Roar! The Fire Cloud Lion roared and a terrifying aura erupted. It leaped and pounced towards the Yin Yang young master and the Thunder young master. Everyone was startled by the roar of the Fire Cloud Lion, and their hearts trembled instinctively. In an instant, everyone reacted. This was not a level 2 demonic beast, it was a level 3 demonic beast. A level 3 demonic beast was equivalent to an astral realm enlightened being. Who here could resist it? Even the Yin Yang young master, who was known as the strongest junior in the Qingyun region, could not withstand a single blow from an astral realm enlightened being. When the Fire Cloud Lion revealed the terrifying aura of a level 3 demonic beast, the Yin Yang young master, the Thunder young master, and the Great Sun young master panicked. Their expressions changed and their eyes were filled with fear. However, they did not have time to hesitate. The Fire Cloud Lion had already rushed up. So, this is his trump card. He is only a 6-star martial saint. How can he tame a level 3 demonic beast? This is too unbelievable. The Tian Luo young master, who had been paying attention to Yi Xing, was dumbfounded. He could not believe what was happening in front of him. Bush. The Yin Yang young master, the Thunder young master, and the Great Sun young master retreated at the same time. There was nothing to think about. Facing a level 3 demonic beast, even if their strength was doubled, they would not be able to resist. The only way was to run. At this moment, the Yin Yang young master's advantage in speed was shown. In the blink of an eye, he surpassed the Thunder young master and the Great Sun young master and retreated the fastest. The Fire Cloud Lion's roar came from behind. Its hot breath blew on the back of the Thunder young master's neck, making the Thunder young master's hair stand on end. Especially when the sound of something breaking through the air came, it made the Thunder young master even more frightened. He immediately pushed his celestial essence to the limit. His body flashed as if covered with a layer of electric arcs. With the Thunder celestial essence protecting his body, the Thunder young master pushed his speed to the limit and rushed forward. However, he still could not avoid the Fire Cloud Lion's claw. Although the Thunder celestial essence was powerful, far surpassing the celestial essence of the same level, the Thunder young master's Thunder celestial essence could not withstand a single blow from the Fire Cloud Lion. The Thunder celestial essence protecting his body instantly shattered. The Thunder young master screamed and vomited blood. With a bang, the Fire Cloud Lion's claw slammed him to the ground. The strength of this Fire Cloud Lion was equivalent to a 2-star venerable. It had only used 20% to 30% of its strength. Yet, the Thunder young master could not bear it. He fell to the ground and could not get up. He was seriously injured and fainted. The Fire Cloud Lion landed on the ground, but it did not slow down. With a leap, it rushed towards young Master Dolly. When young Master Dolly heard the Thunder young master scream, he was already frightened. At this time, the sharp sound of something breaking through the air roared, which made him even more frightened. He desperately tried to speed up. However, his speed was not on the same level as the Fire Cloud Lion. Before he could rush out of the hall, the Fire Cloud Lion had already caught up with him. The airflow behind him suddenly sped up and became even stronger. The Fire Cloud Lion's giant claw instantly slammed into young Master Dolly's back. Sorry, I can only update 3 times today. Sigh, my mouth is cheap. It's really cheap. Most readers will not remember your 4th, 5th, 8th, or 10th chapters. They will only remember how many chapters you promised to update but failed to do so. I have been fooled many times, but today I made the same mistake again. Cheap mouth. I will work hard to write in the future. I will not set a goal. Sometimes, writing at will is very effective. If I set a goal, the pressure in my heart will affect my state. Sorry, brothers, please bear with me. Please don't scold me. I need to be in a good state to write more chapters and update more. Thank you. The novel Supreme Archer God will have more fresh content on the official WeChat platform. At the same time, there is a 100% chance of a lucky draw gift for everyone. Open WeChat now, click the plus sign on the top right to add friend. Search for the public account, Dread, and follow it. Hurry up. Chapter 3:13 The Great Sun Young Master's outcome was the same as the Thunder Young Master. He was slapped to the ground by the Fire Cloud Lion and could not get up. At this time, the Yin Yang Young Master had already escaped from the hall and disappeared. As the leader of the 6 Young Masters, the Yin Yang Young Master was superior to the other 5 Young Masters in terms of strength and speed. Yi Xing did not let the Fire Cloud Lion continue to pursue. The Yin Yang Young Master might have some trump card to escape. Since the other party had escaped, Yi Xing did not pursue. He let the Fire Cloud Lion block the exit of the Spiritual Weapon Hall. In this way, the martial artists in the Spiritual Weapon Hall would not be able to leave. No one would be able to break through the line of defense of the level 3 demonic beast. Yi Xing let the Fire Cloud Lion block the exit. His goal was clear. He wanted to kill all the disciples of the Sun Moon Sect, Mysterious Underworld Sect, and Blue Thunder Sect in one fell swoop. In the Spiritual Weapon Hall, the disciples of the Tian Luo Sect, Spirit Moon Sect, Holy Wind Sect, and Blood Ghost Sect were all shocked. On the other hand, the disciples of the Sun Moon Sect, the Dark Underworld Sect, and the Green Thunder Sect were all terrified. Yi Xing's gaze swept across the disciples of the Sun Moon Sect, Mysterious Underworld Sect, and Blue Thunder Sect. He said, "Tell me, how should I deal with you?" The disciples of the 3 sects looked at each other and looked at Yi Xing with fear. Yang Kuan clenched his fists and said, "Yi Xing, you are using a level 3 demonic beast to bully the disciples of the 4 northern sects. Do you know what you will face when you leave the Azure Cloud Ancient Land? What consequences will there be?" At this moment, they could only rely on the strength of their sections. Yi Xing smiled faintly and said, "What consequences?" Yang Kuan wanted to say domineeringly that the perfected elders of the 4 northern sects would tear him into pieces and burn his bones to ashes. However, looking at Yi Xing's faint smile, Yang Kuan instinctively felt danger. He had threatened Yi Xing once, but the consequences were terrible. Yang Kuan took a deep breath and said, "Aren't you afraid of being punished by the enlightened elders of my Sun Moon Sect, Profound Underworld Sect, and Azure Thunder Sect?" At the mention of their sects, the disciples of the 3 sects straightened their backs, and their expressions became much calmer. Yi Xing said, "The elders of the sect are all immortal masters. Which one of them is not a famous figure, who would lower their status and shamelessly interfere in the fight of the younger generation in the Qingyun Ancient Land? Our Falling Stars sect is upright and upright. We don't have such immortal masters. I believe that the 4 northern sects don't have such immortal masters either." Regardless of whether the other party's veritable personage elders wanted to make a move or not, Yi Xing would use his words against them first. Whoever made a move would be shameless. The elders of the sect were no longer young and frivolous. They cared about status and face. As long as Yi Xing did not take the lives of the disciples of the 3 sects, even if the other party's veritable personage elders were unhappy, they had to consider their face and had no reason to be angry. When the younger generation disciples lost in the fight, they could only regain their dignity. If they suffered a little setback, the immortal masters would jump out to support them. Not to mention the immortal master's face, the younger generation disciples relied on their elders for everything. They would definitely be nurtured like flowers in a greenhouse, and it would be difficult for them to become great talents. Besides, the 4 northern sects were powerful, but the 6 southern sects were not ants. They were all one-star forces. Although there was a gap in strength, the gap was limited. The 4 northern sects could look down on the 6 southern sects, But they absolutely could not ignore the 6 southern sects. Unless there was a life and death grudge, otherwise, the 4 northern sects would not dare to casually crush any of the 6 southern sections. If it really came to the point of life and death, the 6 southern sects may not be able to protect themselves, but as long as the immortal masters of the 6 southern sects were not wiped out, the 4 northern sects' days would be very difficult. Therefore, the relationship in the Qingyun region was very delicate. The 4 northern sects were strong, and the 6 southern sects avoided them, but the strength was not tilted to the point that the strong side could wipe out the weak side at will. As a result, there was a set of rules to restrict each other. As long as the fight between the younger generation was not a life and death grudge, the elders of the sect would not intervene. If anyone intervened, they would break the rules and arouse public indignation. Otherwise, if someone took the lead, other sects would follow suit. The survival space of the younger generation martial artists would be greatly reduced. Moreover, the conflict between the younger generation martial artists would also expand and become a conflict between sections. The entire Qingyun region would be in chaos. In a mess, even the strong side could not guarantee a sure win. Once the foundation of the sect was shaken, even the powerful sect would decline or even be destroyed. Of course, if there was a life and death grudge, it was another matter. A debt must be paid with money, and a life for a life. This was a matter of fairness. There was no distinction between elders and juniors. Yi Xing's words made Yang Kuen's face very ugly. The momentum that he had just accumulated suddenly weakened by 30%. Yang Kuen was very clear that although the Sun Moon sect was strong, the elders of the sect were really unlikely to intervene because of the fight between the younger generation disciples. Yang Kuen forced himself to calm down and tried to hide his fear, saying, "Even if the elders do not intervene, you have to think clearly. After leaving the Qingyun ancient land, the grand competition of the 10 sects will be held. Now, you are just relying on the power of the demonic beast to defeat the few young masters. In terms of strength, you are far from them. You can think about what you will face in the grand competition of the 10 sects. If you know what's good for you, let us all go. Otherwise, you will suffer in the grand competition of the 10 sects." Yi Xing thought for a while and said, "If you didn't remind me, I would have forgotten. In the grand competition of the 10 sects, demonic beasts are not allowed to participate. I have to fight with the few young masters. I have already offended them. In the grand competition of the 10 sects, they will definitely not let me go. So, why should I let you all go?" Yi Xing's words made Yang Kuen stunned. However, after thinking about it carefully, it made sense. Yin Yang Young Master, Great Sun Young Master, Thunderbolt Young Master, and Dark Nether Young Master already hated Yi Xing to the core. Would they let him go in the grand competition of the 10 sects just because he was a disciple of the 3 sects? Impossible. Since it was impossible, then why didn't Yi Xing offend them even more? Why was there a need to let the disciples of the 3 sects go? Yi Xing's expression turned cold as he said, "I've always done things fairly. If people respect me, I'll respect them. If people offend me, I'll also return the favor. Just now, our Falling Star sect's disciples were either seriously injured or kneeling on the ground. I'll return it to you all intact. Either kneel or the Fire Cloud Lion will help you lie down." The expressions of the Sun Moon sect, Dark Nether sect, and Azure Thunder sect's disciples all changed. In front of the 6 southern sect's disciples, they were high and mighty, full of a sense of superiority. But now Yi Xing wanted them to kneel. Previously, when Dark Nether Young Master made the Falling Star sect's disciples kneel, they did not feel anything. Now that he wanted them to kneel, only then did they know how humiliating it was. "Impossible, we won't kneel even if we die." Someone roared furiously. Yi Xing's gaze was cold as he said, "If you don't want to kneel, then lie down." "Brother Yi." Yi Xing was about to order the Fire Cloud Lion to put them all down when young Master Tian Luo spoke. Young Master Tian Luo had once spoken up for the Falling Star sect's disciples. Although he did not help much, Yi Xing was still grateful. Yi Xing looked at young Master Tian Luo and said, "What's the matter, young Master Tian Luo?" Young Master Tian Luo said, I have a presumptuous request. Just now, young Master Thunder and the Azure Thunder Sect's disciples did not hurt or humiliate the Falling Star Sect's disciples. I hope Brother Yi can give me face and forget about it. Yi Xing nodded and said, All right, Azure Thunder Sect's disciples, listen up. For the sake of young Master Tian Luo, the matter of you capturing my Falling Star Sect's disciples will be written off. Go. Yes. Thank you for your mercy. Thank you, young Master Tian Luo. The Azure Thunder Sect's disciples hurriedly thanked him. Lei Yun helped young Master Thunder up and led the Azure Thunder Sect's disciples out of the spiritual weapon palace. Brother Yi, thank you. Young Master Tian Luo nodded at Yi Xing and said, Disciples of the Sun Moon Sect and the Dark Underworld Sect, please leave. Those who have nothing to do with it, please leave. Don't be a hindrance here. The Sun Moon Sect and the Dark Underworld Sect were Tian Luo Sect's enemies. Young Master Tian Luo naturally would not plead for them. After he finished speaking, he led the Tian Luo Sect's disciples out of the spiritual weapon palace. The disciples of the Spirit Moon Sect, the Holy Wind Sect, and the Blood Underworld Sect did not dare to stay. They followed behind the Tian Luo Sect's disciples and left together. In the spiritual weapon palace, other than Yi Xing, there were only the disciples of the Sun Moon Sect and the Dark Underworld Sect left. Yi Xing waved his hand. Hui Yun, ignore those who are kneeling. Kill all those who are standing. Roar. The fire cloud lion suddenly roared and the sound waves rolled. The aura of a level 3 demonic beast burst out, causing the martial artist's hearts to tremble. Bang! The fire cloud lion's body was like lightning. In an instant, it appeared in front of Yang Kuan and sent him flying with a claw. Plop, 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 plop. The disciples of the two sects were shocked and immediately knelt down. Thank you for your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Long live those who voted. Long live. Long live. The novel Supreme Archer God will have more fresh content on the official WeChat platform. At the same time, there will be a 100% chance of a lucky draw for everyone. Open WeChat now, click the plus sign on the top right to add friend, search for the public account, Kdred, and follow it. Hurry up! Chapter 314. Spiritual Weapon Palace. After Yi Xing left, the disciples of the Sun Moon Sect and the Dark Underworld Sect who were kneeling on the ground immediately stood up. Eldest senior brother. Second senior brother. The disciples of the Dark Underworld Sect ran towards Master Yinming while the disciples of the Sun Moon Sect ran towards Master Dali and Yang Kuan. The three of them were severely injured but not fatally. After taking healing elixirs, their injuries quickly recovered. Especially Master Dali and Master Yinming, who both had medium-grade healing elixirs, the effects were even faster. Master Dali quickly regained his ability to move. Master Yinming's broken bones were quickly healing and his cracked lips were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Master Dali's injuries were much lighter than Master Yinming's. After a short while, he stood up and his face was filled with a tyrannical aura. You little bastard! You're finished. You're completely finished. In the 10 sects grand competition, I'll grind your bones to dust, grind your bones to dust. Master Dali clenched his fists and the veins on his arms bulged as he roared furiously. He, young Master Dari, had never been humiliated like this in his entire life. His hatred for Yi Xing was so strong that he wanted to die. Not only young Master Great Sun, but young Master Dark Nether and young Master Lightning were also the same. Even young Master Yin Yang, who had managed to escape, hated Yi Xing to the core. After the Azure Cloud Ancient Land was closed, the 10 sects grand competition would be held immediately to determine the ranking of the most elite juniors in the Azure Cloud region. Master Yin Yang, Master Dali, Master Yinming, and Master Thunder did not dare to do anything to Yi Xing in the Azure Cloud Ancient Land. They were afraid of Yi Xing's level 3 demonic beast, the Fire Cloud Lion. Therefore, they unanimously decided to take revenge on Yi Xing during the 10 sects grand competition. The 10 sects grand tournament was a competition of individual strength. Demonic beasts were not allowed to fight. Without demonic beasts, they didn't think much of Yi Xing's strength. After Yi Xing left the Azure Cloud Hall, he did not let the disciples of the Falling Star sect follow him. Instead, he let Marin lead them back to the entrance to avoid the disciples of the other sections. He rode the Fire Cloud Lion and headed towards the Yama Fire Domain. The Yen Luo Fire region was in the north of the Green Cloud Ancient Land. Even though the Fire Cloud Lion was a level 3 demonic beast, it still took a day to reach the Yen Luo Fire region. From several hundred miles away, Yixing could see a boundless sea of fire ahead. This sea of flames was even more vigorous than the sea of flames in the Fallen Star Secret Realm. It was not that the area was larger, but rather that the flames were taller. Furthermore, they were continuous without any gaps in between. This was a true sea of flames. Not long after, the Fire Cloud Lion carried Yixing to the outside of the Yen Luo Fire region. Looking at the flames that were dozens of feet high and the waves of air that were rushing towards them, even Yixing was shocked. The Fire Cloud Lion that he was riding was a level 3 demonic beast. Moreover, it was a fire element demonic beast. Looking at the sea of flames, it was unwilling to move forward. The Fire Cloud Lion was not a fire crystal beast. It was not immune to fire attacks. Once it entered the sea of flames, it would be injured by the flames. As for the flames in the Yen Luo Fire region, even an enlightened being would not be able to withstand it. Even if they relied on the astral energy, they would not be able to withstand it for long. However, in front of the Yen Luo Fire region, Yixing could feel that the star fire seed in his Dantian star vortex was very active and restless. This made Yixing happy. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. It seemed that his guess was right. The star fire seed and the flames in the Yen Luo Fire region were both extraterrestrial flames. They must have the same attributes. Then Yixing could use the black hole astral avatar to devour the flame essence in the sea of flames. It could enhance the power of the flame astral avatar and even upgrade the grade of the star fire seed. Yixing jumped down from the Fire Cloud Lion's back. The Fire Cloud Lion was afraid of the flames here. Yixing asked it to wait outside while he walked into the Yen Luo Fire region. In his Dantian star vortex, the star fire seed, under the control of Yixing, released a pure white flame that enveloped Yixing's body. In an instant, the scorching heat caused by the sea of Yama's flames disappeared without a trace. Yixing didn't feel any heat from the flames he controlled. The flames of the stars blocked the heat from the sea of Yama's flames. Shrouded in the pure white flame, Yixing walked directly into the Yen Luo Fire region and disappeared. If a martial artist below the enlightened being entered the Yen Luo Fire region, they would die without a doubt. Their celestial essence could not resist the heat and would die in an instant. However, Yixing used the star fire seed to protect his body. The flames of the Yen Luo Fire region could not hurt him. He walked unimpeded in the Yen Luo Fire region, more relaxed than an enlightened being. At least, an enlightened being in the Yen Luo Fire region was like fighting a fierce battle. They had to use their star astral essence to resist. But Yixing only needed to use the star fire seed. The flames were like an ocean, and the heat was like waves. Yixing looked very small in the middle of it. But his posture was like a mountain, and every step he took was very steady. Although he was in the Yen Luo Fire region and was surrounded by flames in all directions, Yixing did not feel suffocated. He had comprehended the power of fire and was very sensitive to the surrounding flames. The flames were like his eyes, and he could sense everything around him. Soon, Yixing adapted to the environment of the Yen Luo Fire region. He walked faster and faster in the Yen Luo Fire region. Before long, he had reached the depths of the Yen Luo Fire region. After walking for dozens of miles in the Yen Luo Fire region, Yixing stopped and sat down on the ground. Black hole astrology, come out? Yixing said in his heart. So, a starlight rushed out from between Yixing's eyebrows and turned into a huge dark vortex above Yixing. However, the space around Yixing was not shrouded in darkness. The flames were still bright. The flames here were too strong. Even an enlightened being could be burned to death. With Yixing's current cultivation, he could not use the darkness of the black hole astrology to cover up the light of the flames. But this did not prevent the black hole astrology from absorbing the flame essence in the Yen Luo fire region. The black hole astrology slowly rotated. The endless flame essence in the Yen Luo fire region was swallowed up by the black hole astrology. The next moment, Yi Xing felt a burning pain in his body. His entire body turned red, as if he was going to burn up. The flame essence in the Yen Luo fire region was too strong. Yi Xing could not bear it. He thought to himself that it was a close call. If his physical body was not better than other martial saints, he would have been burned to death. However, even if his physical body was stronger than other martial sages, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Fortunately, Yi Xing didn't want to store the fire essence in his body. Instead, he let the fire astrology and the star fire seed absorb it. Feeling the flame essence in Yi Xing's body, the stellar fire seed in the Dantian's stellar vortex trembled. It produced a huge suction force. The flame essence in Yi Xing's body turned into a torrent of flames and rushed to the stellar fire seed. At the same time, the flame astrology in the space between Yi Xing's eyebrows gradually grew brighter. When the black hole astrology swallowed the flame essence, a part of it was directly transferred to the flame astrology. The surrounding flames contained a terrible fire momentum. While Yi Xing was absorbing the flame essence, he could also feel that his comprehension of the fire momentum was gradually improving. What surprised Yi Xing even more was that his body was being washed by the flame essence again and again. The impurities in his body were burned into nothingness little by little. The same was true for his celestial essence. The impurities in his celestial essence were also burned away by the flame essence again and again. Yi Xing's physical body was getting stronger and stronger. The quality of his celestial essence was getting higher and higher. His cultivation was also rising unconsciously. With the gradual strengthening of the starfire seed, as his flesh and celestial essence got used to the impact of the flame essence, the limit of Yi Xing's endurance of the flame essence was getting higher and higher. Yi Xing controlled the black hole astrology and swallowed the flame essence faster and faster. Yenluo Fire Domain. This place was known as a forbidden area by everyone. Even the venerable blue cloud thousands of years ago couldn't turn this sea of flames into a useful place and enclosed it in the blue cloud ancient land. However, to Yi Xing, this place was a treasure trove, an enormous treasure trove. The flame here was the flame of the fallen star, an extraterrestrial flame. It had the pure power of the stars and had the conditions to transform into a flame astrology. It could also be absorbed by the starfire seed. Ordinary martial artists, even those who cultivated fire attribute cultivation methods, couldn't use these flames. However, for Yi Xing, who had the black hole astrology and the starfire seed, the flame essence here was the best nourishment. It could enhance his flame astrology and enhance his starfire seed. As time went by, suddenly at a certain moment, Kacha, the novel Supreme Archer God, will have more fresh content on the official WeChat platform. At the same time, there will be a 100% lucky draw gift for everyone. Open WeChat now, click the plus sign at the top right and add friend. Search for the public account, Kdred, and follow it. Hurry up! Chapter 315. When a crisp sound came from his body, Yi Xing was immediately stunned. At that moment, he immediately felt that the quality of the celestial essence in his body had increased by a lot. Moreover, the black hole stellar vortex in his dantian had also expanded, doubling the capacity of his celestial essence. Yi Xing felt the power in his body and was overjoyed. In the process of devouring the flame essence, his cultivation had unknowingly broken through to the 7th level of the celestial vortex realm. The 7th level of the celestial vortex realm was a 7-star martial sage and could be conferred the title of Marquis. Although Yi Xing had defeated 7-star martial sages and even 8-star martial sages before, his strength was only comparable to a Marquis. Strictly speaking, he was not a Marquis. However, now that he had become a 7-star martial sage, he was a Marquis. As long as he was willing, he could get a Marquis title in the Starfall Kingdom. Although Yi Xing was overjoyed, His face was calm and he quickly calmed down. There was still a lot of flame essence in the Yama fire domain. Yi Xing continued to use the black hole stellar vortex to devour the flame essence. As for the marquee title, Yi Xing just glanced at it and was not interested in it. His vision was not in the Qingyun region or the true Xian domain, but the entire star continent. His goal was not to become a marquis, a perfected person, or even a venerable. He wanted to be a king standing at the peak of the star continent. The Starfall Kingdom was just a small country in the Qingyun region. The title of marquis was very attractive to some martial artists who could only reach the advanced martial sage realm. However, it was useless to Yi Xing. With the improvement of his cultivation, Yi Xing's tolerance for the flame essence increased again. Yi Xing sped up his devouring of the flame essence again. A steady stream of fire essence was being forcibly devoured by the black hole from all directions of the Yama Sea of Flames. Yi Xing's fire astrology, star fire seed, comprehension of fire, physical strength, and celestial essence were improving in every aspect. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, a day had passed. The next day, at noon, Yi Xing's senses in the sea of fire suddenly sublimated. The range of his senses increased by several times, and the power of the flames became more detailed and clear in his senses. Yi Xing's comprehension of fire momentum also finally had a qualitative breakthrough, reaching the minute subtlety realm. In Yi Xing's perception, fire was no longer fire. Instead, it had turned into countless tiny particles. Flames were formed from these countless tiny particles. Sensing these flame particles that were even smaller than dust, Yi Xing gained a deeper understanding of the essence of fire. Who with just a thought, the flames in the surroundings began to surge. After reaching the minute subtlety realm, Yi Xing had a close connection with the surrounding flames. He felt as if he was the god of fire, able to control the surrounding flames. Indeed, under Yi Xing's control, the surrounding flames began to change. Sometimes they turned into dragons, sometimes they turned into flood dragons. In this sea of flames, Yi Xing could completely control the flames and kill enemies stronger than him. The minute subtlety realm was something that only high-level enlightened masters could comprehend. Naturally, it was extraordinary. Under Yi Xing's control, the Yama Sea of Fire began to flow like a real ocean. The flames turned into torrents that swam through the sea of fire, sending the flames near Yi Xing to the distance, and then bringing the distant flames back to Yi Xing's surroundings. Originally, the flames near Yi Xing had a large amount of flame essence devoured, causing their quality to drop. However, the amount of flame essence absorbed was decreasing. If Yi Xing wanted to maintain yesterday's devouring speed, he would have to constantly change his position in the Yama Sea of Fire. But now, there was no need for that. Yi Xing first controlled the flames in the surroundings, and soon, the flames in the entire sea of Yama flames began to flow. At every moment, flames that had yet to be absorbed by the sea of Yama flames would flow over from afar. The second day quickly passed, and soon, the third day arrived. Before noon, Yi Xing stopped devouring. He had not completely devoured the flame essence in the Yama Sea of Fire. However, he found that the star flame seed in his Dantian star vortex had reached its limit after absorbing the flame essence. The flame essence in the Yama Sea of Fire could not upgrade it to a higher realm. It could only reach the peak of a high-grade celestial phenomenon and could not be upgraded to an extreme level. Moreover, Yi Xing's corporeal body and celestial essence had been strengthened to the extreme after absorbing the flame essence countless times. He could no longer use the flame essence to make a breakthrough. Yi Xing's celestial essence strength had reached the limit of a martial saint. If he wanted to upgrade it, he would have to convert it into astral energy. As for his corporeal body, Yi Xing felt the power in his body and was amazed. Compared to the power of celestial essence, the corporeal body of a martial saint was weak. Even if Yi Xing strengthened his corporeal body twice, it could not be compared to the power of his celestial essence. However, Yi Xing was now very confident in his corporeal body. It was not inferior to the power of his celestial essence. The pure power of his corporeal body was almost comparable to that of a peak martial saint. Yi Xing stood up. The star flame outside his body had already dissipated, and the flames around him could no longer cause him any harm. Feeling the surrounding flames, Yi Xing's body slowly rose and directly floated up on the flames. Yi Xing's mouth curved into a smile. This feeling of controlling everything like a god was really good. He waved his hand, and the nearby flames suddenly changed, condensing together and turning into a huge fire dragon. Yi Xing took a step and stepped on the head of the fire dragon. The fire dragon broke through the layers of flames, and Yi Xing flew over the top of the sea of flames. Looking at the endless burning flames in all directions, he felt relaxed and happy. Yi Xing was really flying at this moment, but with the help of the flames, he could only do so in the sea of flames. Outside of the sea of flames, he was only a martial saint. He could only glide and could not fly, unless he used the top-grade flying spirit artifact, the clear sky wings. Suddenly, Yi Xing had a flash of inspiration. His understanding of the power of fire was so profound that it had reached the minute subtlety realm. Moreover, at this moment, he was in the sea of flames, and his understanding of the flames was direct to the essence. If he cultivated a fire-attributed martial art at this time, what kind of effect would it have? Yi Xing thought, and a strong interest arose in his heart. The contents of the secret manual of the Flame Dipper Fist had already been scanned by Yi Xing into his superbrain, and he had practiced it many times in his spare time. However, Yi Xing had stopped studying the Flame Dipper Fist because it would take a long time to cultivate it. Now that his power of fire had reached the minute subtlety, and he was in the sea of flames, his understanding of the flames was direct to the essence. He could use the power of the flames in the sea of flames to cultivate. Would it take a long time to cultivate the Flame Dipper Fist at this time? The fire dragon under his feet dissipated, and Yi Xing fell to the ground, standing on the ground. In his mind, the superbrain simulated Yi Xing's figure and practiced according to the cultivation method of the Flame Dipper Fist. Yi Xing's body moved according to the model in his mind, and the celestial essence in his body also moved according to the model. Yi Xing performed one move after another, and the power of the flames around him was attracted by the moves, producing a crackling sound. Yi Xing was pleasantly surprised to find that his Flame Dipper Fist was effective. As an upper-grade spiritual martial art, the difficulty of cultivating the Flame Dipper Fist was obvious. It was especially difficult for a martial sage to cultivate an upper-grade spiritual martial art. Even if Yi Xing's martial arts talent was extremely heaven-defying in his opinion, it would take at least a month of hard work to cultivate the Flame Dipper Fist. Therefore, in the Qingyun ancient land, there was absolutely no time to cultivate it. But now, Yi Xing had just started cultivating it, and it was effective. Cultivating it once was more effective than cultivating it 100 times. The higher the level of the martial arts manual, the more emphasis it placed on one's comprehension. Yi Xing's current understanding of fire had reached the essence, so cultivating the Flaming Dipper Fist was a piece of cake for him. He was able to learn it almost instantly. Yi Xing practiced the Flame Dipper Fist once, and he already had a good grasp of it. The second time, he already had a high level of comprehension in his heart. Before the third time, Yi Xing's Flame Dipper Fist had increased in power. When he punched out, flames condensed and almost formed a dipper, creating a big hole in front of him. The Flame Dipper Fist had reached the entry level. Yi Xing was secretly surprised. At this moment, he was cultivating the Flame Dipper Fist. It was just like cultivating a lower-grade martial art in the past, and he could really learn it immediately. Yi Xing's face was full of smiles. With such conditions, he would seize the opportunity to cultivate. Such opportunities were rare. Moreover, in the Qingyun ancient land, it was going to be a full month soon. There was not much time left. Yi Xing calmed himself down and continued cultivating. The novel Supreme Archer God will have more new content on the official WeChat platform. At the same time, there is a 100% chance of a lucky draw for everyone. Open WeChat now. Click on the plus sign on the top right to add friend. Search for the public account, Kdred, and follow it. Hurry up! Chapter 316. Falling Star Sect. Early in the morning, It was noon today and the green cloud ancient land was closed. All the disciples had to come out and the 10 sects grand competition would be held on a vast plain outside the green cloud ancient land. The 10 sects grand competition was a big event that involved the 10 sects in the green cloud region. In every competition, the 10 sects would take out precious treasures to reward the top 3. Among them, the reward for the first place was the most generous. Therefore, the Falling Star sect was bustling early in the morning. The sect master, Lu Tianyuan, was going to lead a team to the depths of the Green Cloud Mountains to pick up the disciples and lead them to participate in the 10 sects grand competition. In the back hall of the Falling Star main hall, Lu Tianyuan held Hua Tianshu's hand and smiled. Today, all the disciples will come out of the Green Cloud ancient land. Our Falling Star sect has produced a genius like Yi Xing. I wonder what he will gain in the Green Cloud ancient land. If he is lucky enough to improve his cultivation in the Green Cloud ancient land, this 10 sects grand competition will be his time to shine. Maybe he will be able to squeeze out one of the 6 great childs, hee. Hua Tianshu's expression did not change. Her eyes twinkled and there was a hidden meaning in them. Hua Tianshu was slightly worried and said, "The Green Cloud ancient land is not like the Falling Star secret land. The 6 great childs are not ordinary people. I hope he is not in danger." Lu Tianyuan was full of confidence in Yi Xing and said, "Given Yi Xing's strength, even if he is not a match for the 6 great childs, he can still protect himself. Based on his performance in the Falling Star secret land, his strength should be much stronger than when he entered the Green Cloud ancient land. Maybe he is not weaker than some of the childs. Tianshu, let's go, today. Let's go and see the glory of our genius disciple." Hua Tianshu shook her head and said, "Brother Tianyuan, I'm afraid I can't go today." Lu Tianyuan was surprised. "Why not?" Hua Tianshu held her belly and smiled faintly. "Brother Tianyuan, I think I'm pregnant. I'm a little tired and don't want to go out. I want to rest." Lu Tianyuan's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. He and Hua Tianshu had been married for more than 10 years. He had always hoped that Hua Tianshu would bear him children, but it never happened. Now that he heard that Hua Tianshu was pregnant, he was overjoyed. Lu Tianyuan excitedly grabbed Hua Tianshu's shoulders and said, "Good, that's great. Tianshu, you must rest well. You don't have to go to the 10 sects grand tournament today. When I return, I will tell you about the performance of our sect's genius disciples." Hua Tianshu nodded and said, "Be careful, Brother Tianyuan. Don't worry. I'll bring Elder Yu Pinghai from the Law Enforcement Hall, Elder Qi Dosheng from the War Pavilion, Elder Wei Yang, Elder Lin Fengjue from the Sect Affairs Hall, and Elder Tang Yuntian from the Affairs Hall. Including me, there are 6 perfected persons." Lu Tianyuan patted Hua Tianshu's shoulder and said, "Rest well at home and wait for me to come back." Lu Tianyuan, finally have a child. Lu Tianyuan laughed as he walked toward the main hall. After Lu Tianyuan left, the smile on Hua Tianshu's face froze and was replaced by a bone-chilling coldness. "This day. It's finally here." Hua Tianshu mumbled to herself. When Lu Tianyuan arrived at the main hall, the law enforcement Elder Yu Pinghai, Elder Lin Fengjue, Elder Tang Yuntian, Elder Qi Dosheng from the War Pavilion, and perfected persons Wei Yang had all arrived. "Let's go to the old site of the Emerald Cloud sect." Lu Tianyuan walked out of the main hall with the 5 perfected persons elders. The purple flame monarch eagle was already waiting for him. The 6 perfected persons leaped onto the back of the purple flame monarch eagle. The purple flame monarch eagle soared into the sky and flew toward the depths of the Emerald Cloud Mountain. Last time, 3 perfected persons were enough to send the younger disciples into the Emerald Cloud ancient land. This time, it was the grand competition of the 10 sects. When the younger disciples fought, it was common for them to lose control and accidentally injure their opponents. There were even cases of them accidentally killing their opponents. Once such a thing happened, if the elders shielded their disciples, it was inevitable that there would be disputes between the sections. At this time, they had to have enough strength to control the situation. Otherwise, they would be bullied. Therefore, Lu Tianyuan brought a total of 5 perfected persons elders with him. Including him, there were 6 of them. The other sects would not bring too many, but it should be enough to control the situation. Moreover, the sect could not lose its foundation. There had to be someone left to guard it. Sending 6 perfected persons at once was not a small number. There were only 6 perfected persons left to guard the sect. The other 2 perfected persons were guarding the star crystal mine. Before noon, Lu Tianyuan and the other 5 had arrived at the Emerald Cloud Ancient Land. This time, the Falling Star sect arrived earlier than the Spiritual Moon sect, but the Dongfu sect arrived earlier. The Dongfu sect was led by the Supreme Elder, Tan Watanabe. He brought 4 perfected persons with him. The sect leader, Watanabe Xiong, still did not appear. The 2 sects that hated each other arrived first. Naturally, they each took one side and looked at each other with sharp gazes. "Kid Lu, let me make a bet with you. Do you dare?" Tan Watanabe stared at Lu Tianyuan and laughed. Tan Watanabe was of the same generation as Lu Tianyuan. He was much older than Lu Tianyuan and naturally called Lu Tianyuan a kid. Lu Tianyuan said coldly, "What do you want to bet?" Tan Watanabe's eyes flashed viciously and said, "I bet that all the disciples of the Falling Star sect will be wiped out in the Emerald Cloud Ancient Land. Do you dare to bet?" The 6 perfected persons of the Falling Star sect were enraged. Qi Dosheng was the leader of the 3 Grand Elders of the War Pavilion. He was a 2-star perfected person and had a bad temper. He shouted angrily, "Bullsh**T. I think all the disciples of the Dongfu sect will be wiped out." Tan Watanabe's face turned green. The 4 perfected persons beside him were also enraged. Today was the day that the Emerald Cloud Ancient Land was closed. Everyone was waiting for the elite disciples of their sects to come out of the Emerald Cloud Ancient Land. Who would be willing to hear that their elite disciples were wiped out? The Dongfu sect was the one who started it. Now that they were angry because of it, it was ridiculous. It was as if they were the only ones who could criticize the Falling Star sect, and the Falling Star sect could not criticize the Dongfu sect. The 2 sides had been enemies for generations. A single word of disagreement could lead to a big fight. At this time, the people from the Spirit Moon sect and the Flying Cloud sect arrived one after another. Furthermore, the Blood Spectre sect's group had already appeared in the distant sky. Only then did the enlightened masters of the 2 sects stop fighting. Not long after, the people of the Divine Wind sect were also ready. The 6 southern sects had all arrived. As for the 4 northern sects, they were more ostentatious. No one wanted to be the first to arrive. They would not show up until the moment when the seal of the Emerald Cloud Ancient Land was opened. In comparison, the disciples of the 6 southern sects were at a disadvantage in the Emerald Cloud Ancient Land. The elders of the 6 sects looked at the Emerald Cloud Ancient Land with anticipation and worry in their eyes. At noon, the perfected persons of the Sun Moon sect, Xianming sect, Tianluo sect, and the Azure Thunder sect appeared at the same time from different directions and arrived outside the Emerald Cloud Ancient Land. The 4 sects arrived at the same time. When they stood still, the seal of the Emerald Cloud Ancient Land made a loud noise. The seal opened and many paths that led to the Emerald Cloud Ancient Land appeared. Not long after, the disciples of the 4 northern sects came out from the Emerald Cloud Ancient Land. 20 people came out from the Sun Moon sect, 19 from the Xianming sect, 18 from the Azure Thunder sect, and 20 from the Tianluo sect. None of the disciples of the Sun Moon sect and the Tianluo sect were missing. The Xianming sect was missing 1 person and the Azure Thunder sect was missing 2 people. Soon, 2 more teams came out from the other entrances. One was from the Wind sect and the Blood Ghost sect, while the other was from the Falling Star sect and the Spirit Moon sect. Among the 4 sects, only the Falling Star sect still had 10 disciples. The Spirit Moon sect was missing 1 person, while the Wind sect and the Blood Ghost sect were missing 2 people each. As for the disciples of the Dongfu sect and the Flying Cloud sect, none of them came out. Watanabe Tan and Yun Zhangkong looked at each other from afar and frowned. The disciples of the Falling Star sect and the Spirit Moon sect knew that the disciples of the Dongfu sect and the Flying Cloud sect had been annihilated. However, they could not say this out loud. It was none of their business. If they said it out loud, they would be in trouble. As time passed, the elders of the Dongfu sect and the Flying Cloud sect became more and more anxious. Ha! At this time, Qi Dosheng, the elder of the War Pavilion of the laughed and said, "Old man of the Dongfu sect, the disciples of the Dongfu sect are indeed annihilated." Ha! The novel Supreme Archer God will have more new content on the official WeChat platform. At the same time, there's a 100% chance of a lucky draw for everyone. Open WeChat now and click the plus sign on the top right to add friend. Search for the public account, Dread, and follow. Hurry up! Chapter 317. The enlightened being elder of the Dongfu sect looked gloomy. They couldn't believe that the disciples of the Dongfu sect would be annihilated. Among the disciples of the Dongfu sect was Master Watanabe, one of the 6 great childs. He was one of the most outstanding and powerful young geniuses in the Qingyun region. Who could kill him? Although they didn't want to believe it, the fact was that the disciples of the Dongfu sect were annihilated. Because according to the plan, all the disciples of the Falling Star sect should have been annihilated. However, none of the disciples of the Falling Star sect were missing. It was obvious that the plan of the disciples of the Dongfu sect to join forces with the disciples of the Flying Cloud sect to kill the disciples of the Falling Star sect had failed. The enlightened being elder of the Flying Cloud sect was as gloomy as the enlightened being elder of the Dongfu sect. None of the disciples of the Flying Cloud sect came out. Watanabe Tan and Yun Zhangkong stared at the entrance of the Qingyun ancient land. They still had a glimmer of hope until the last moment. At this time, even the immortal elders of the northern 4 sects were surprised. The southern 6 sects were 1 level lower than the northern 4 sects. Their disciples could never be compared with the best disciples of the northern 4 sects. After hundreds of years, there was finally a Master Watanabe who could be compared with the best disciples of the northern 4 sects. How could he die in the Qingyun ancient land? At this moment, the disciples of the 4 northern sects had reported to the enlightened being elders of the 4 northern sects. The enlightened being elders of the Sun Moon sect, Shenming sect, Qinglei sect, and Tianluo sect all looked at the Falling Star sect. Their target was obviously Yixing. After hearing about Yixing's performance in the Qingyun ancient land, the enlightened being elders of the 4 northern sects concluded that Master Watanabe had died. The disciples of the Dongfu sect had been annihilated. However, they didn't know why the disciples of the Flying Cloud sect didn't come out either. The enlightened masters of the Sun Moon sect and the mysterious underworld sect were furious about the death of young Master Watanabe. The Dongfu sect was the target of their support among the 6 southern sects. Young Master Watanabe was an important chess piece with great potential in the future. He would become a great powerhouse in the Green Cloud region. He would play a great role in eliminating the Skynet sect and Green Thunder sect. Now that they had lost this important chess piece, the Falling Star sect that Yixing belonged to was on the side of the Tianluo sect and the Green Thunder sect. They did not wish for the Tianluo sect and the Green Thunder sect to have a top expert who could influence the situation. Moreover, back in the Azure Cloud ancient ground, Yixing had humiliated the disciples of the Sun Moon sect and the Dark Nether sect. Even young Noble Great Sun and young Noble Dark Nether were injured by Yixing's Fire Cloud line. This made the enlightened beings and elders of the 2 sects even more furious at Yixing. Therefore, the enlightened masters and elders of the Sun Moon sect and the Dark Nether sect looked at Yixing with ferocious gazes. As for the enlightened masters and elders of the Tianluo sect and the Green Thunder sect, they were naturally happy to see the death of young Master Watanabe and the rise of Yixing. However, the enlightened masters of the Green Thunder sect were prejudiced against Yixing because of young Master Thunder. The enlightened masters of the Tianluo sect did not hide the admiration in their eyes. The sect master of the Tianluo sect, Luo Zhan, decided to attach importance to the relationship with the Falling Star sect. He was prepared to support the Falling Star sect and nurture Yixing. If Yixing could become a top expert in the Green Cloud region, then they would have more confidence in the battle against the Sun Moon sect and the Dark Nether sect. The 4 northern sects had been competing for thousands of years. The conflicts between them were intense. In this generation, each sect had produced outstanding young geniuses. Perhaps the battle between the two camps would end in this generation. In the end, one side would win and the other side would be eliminated from the Green Cloud region. Which sect did not want to be passed down forever? No one wanted to be the one to be eliminated. The young geniuses of this generation were far better than those of the past. The future was in their hands. Whichever side had more geniuses would have a higher chance of winning. Currently, the odds of winning were in the Sun-Moon sect and the Dark Nether sect's favor. This was because the Sun-Moon sect had 2 child-level geniuses. With the addition of the Dark Nether sect's 1, they had already surpassed the 2 child-level geniuses of the Tian Luo sect and the Green Thunder sect. With the addition of Sir Watanabe, it would be a situation of 4 against 2. If this generation were to fully mature in another 10 years, then the situation would be extremely unfavorable to the Tian Luo sect and the Green Thunder sect. Now, Sir Watanabe had fallen and Yi Xing had risen. Yi Xing was on the side of the Tian Luo sect and the Green Thunder sect. As long as they nurtured Yi Xing, the future child-level geniuses would be 3 against 3. They would be able to overturn the disadvantage of the Tian Luo sect and the Green Thunder sect. Sect Master Lei, our chance has come. In the future, we will support the Falling Star sect and nurture Yi Xing. We can overturn the disadvantage in the battle against the Sun-Moon sect and the Dark Nether sect. We finally have a chance of winning. Luo Zhan, the sect master of the Tian Luo sect, sent a message to Lei Zhen, the sect master of the Green Thunder sect. Lei Zhen, the sect master of the Green Thunder sect, had a prejudice against Yi Xing because his son, Lei Bao, had been severely injured by Yi Xing's demonic beasts in the Green Cloud ancient land. He replied, "Let's see his performance in the 10 sects grand competition first." Lei Zhen thought to himself, if he really has the potential, there is no harm in nurturing him as a pawn. If he is just a good-for-nothing who relies on the power of the demonic beasts, what is the point of keeping him? Rumble. The seal of the Green Cloud ancient land was closed and the entrances were covered by the seal. The elders of the East supporting sect and the Flying Cloud sect waited for a long time but did not see their disciples come out of the Green Cloud ancient land. Now that the seal of the Green Cloud ancient land was closed, even if they did not believe it, they had to recognize the truth. The disciples of the East supporting sect and the Flying Cloud sect were all annihilated and none of them survived. No! Looking at the complete seal of the Green Cloud ancient land, Dubian Tan and Yun Zhangkong cried out in pain. Those who had entered the Qing Yun ancient land were the most elite young geniuses, especially the younger generation. Whether it was the Dongfu sect or the Flying Cloud sect, there were peerless geniuses who had not appeared for hundreds of years. It was unacceptable that all of them had died. The Falling Stars sect and the Spirit Moon sect were happy to see the pain of the elders of the East supporting sect. They were indifferent to the pain of the elders of the Flying Cloud sect. They had heard from their disciples that the disciples of the Flying Cloud sect and the East supporting sect had colluded. It's your fault. Dubian Tan's eyes were red as he pointed at the disciples of the Falling Stars sect and shouted. Yi Xing said, "Old man, you can eat whatever you want but you can't spout whatever you want. You have to have evidence to back up your words. The disciples of the East supporting sect are all dead. It's none of our business. You killed the disciples of the East supporting sect and you still dare to deny it. The fire cloud lion beside you is a LV3 demonic beast. You must have killed the disciples of the East supporting sect." At this moment, an angry voice came from the Sun Moon sect. It was young Master Darius. In the Green Cloud ancient land, young Master Darius was severely injured by the Fire Cloud Lion. However, he had a medium-grade healing pill. After so many days, his injury had already healed. Young Master Dark Nether and young Master Thunder were the same. The elders of the 4 northern sects, the Falling Stars sect, the Spirit Moon sect, the Wind sect, and the Blood Spectre sect had heard from their disciples that the Fire Cloud Lion beside Yi Xing was a LV3 demonic beast. They were already shocked and their expressions did not change after hearing young Master Darius's words. However, the elders of the East supporting sect and the Flying Cloud sect were shocked when they heard it. Bian Tan was furious. He pointed at Yixing and shouted, "I see. You used a LV3 demonic beast to kill all the disciples of our sect. You killed the number one genius of our sect. I will tear you into pieces." The leader of the Flying Cloud sect, Yun Zhangkong, also shouted emotionally, "Lu Tianyuan, our sect is in an alliance with the Falling Star sect. Your disciple dared to kill all the disciples of the Flying Cloud sect. Is he still human? We will avenge our disciples and hand over that little bastard Yixing." Lu Tianyuan looked at Yun Zhangkong indifferently and said, "Yixing said that you can eat whatever you want but not fart. Yun Zhangkong, what nonsense are you spouting? What does the annihilation of your Flying Cloud sect disciples have to do with my Falling Stars sect disciples?" Yun Zhangkong said angrily, "Who else could it be other than him?" Lu Tianyuan said, "In the Qingyun ancient land, there are many people who can kill the disciples of the Flying Cloud sect. Not to mention the geniuses of the northern four sects, even the disciples of the Dongfu sect can kill the trash disciples of the Flying Cloud sect." Yun Zhangkong shouted, "Why would the disciples of the East supporting sect kill my Flying Cloud sect disciples?" Lu Tianyuan smiled faintly and said, "Oh, why not? Are you close? Only one more vote and I will be in the top 30 of the overall ranking. Which brother will vote for me? Thank you." Chapter 318. Yun Zhangkong was speechless. Although he was sure that the disciples of the Flying Cloud sect were killed by the disciples of the he could not come up with a reason. Did he have to say that the Flying Cloud sect was a traitor and had joined forces with the East supporting sect? Therefore, the disciples of the Flying Cloud sect were killed by the disciples of the Falling Star sect? Although that was the truth, he could not say it out loud. If Yun Zhanfei said that, it would not be the disciples of the Falling Star sect who killed the disciples of the Flying Cloud sect, but the disciples of the Flying Cloud sect. Traitors should be killed. Yun Zhangkong's eyes were filled with anger and he could not vent it out. He could only glare at Yixing with murderous intent in his eyes. The Flying Cloud sect could not avenge their disciples openly. Even if Yun Zhangkong wanted Yixing's life, he could only do it secretly. At this moment, he had no reason to kill Yixing. Tian Luo sect leader Luo Zhan had decided to nurture Yixing and improve their relationship with the Falling Star sect. Seeing that the Falling Star sect was being attacked by the East supporting sect and the Flying Cloud sect, Luo Zhan walked out. Luo Zhan said, "In the Azure Cloud ancient land, it's a battle between the younger generation. Life and death is a common occurrence in the world of martial artists. Now that the Azure Cloud ancient land is closed, the matter inside has come to an end. If anyone is dissatisfied and wants to take revenge, they can wait until the Azure Cloud ancient land opens again 5 years later. Then, they can let their disciples regain their dignity in the Azure Cloud ancient land. Instead of fighting now, it's time for the 10 sects grand competition." The Sun Moon sect leader In Wudao nodded and agreed with Luo Zhan's words. He said, "That's right. Now is the time for the 10 sects grand competition." The Sun Moon sect had 2 young masters. Moreover, the Yin Yang master was ranked first among the 6 young masters. He had broken through to the 8-star martial saint realm in the Azure Cloud ancient land and his strength was terrifying. In Yin Wudao's opinion, the Sun Moon sect would be the only one in the 10 sects grand competition and it was the best time for the Sun Moon sect to shine. According to the schedule, after the Green Cloud ancient land closed, it would be the time for the grand competition of the younger generation of the 10 sects. Since Luo Zhan and Yin Wudao had already said that they would temporarily put aside their grudges and hold the 10 sects grand tournament, the East supporting sect and Flying Cloud sect naturally didn't dare to say anything. The top 10 sects each occupied one side of the plain outside the Qingyun ancient land, leaving an empty area with a radius of 1,000 meters in the middle for the competition. For the 10-sect grand tournament, each sect had to fork out 60,000 low-grade astral crystals as the wager. The total was 600,000. 600,000 low-grade astral crystals would only be given to the top 3 of the 10-sect grand tournament. The first prize was 300,000, the second prize was 200,000, and the third prize was 100,000. The reward would be split equally with the sect. Basically, in every 10 sects grand competition, the top 3 would be born from the 4 northern sects. In the past 1,000 years, the number of times the disciples of the 6 southern sects had made it into the top 3 could be counted on one hand. In every 10-sect grand tournament, the 6 southern sects had to contribute 360,000 low-grade astral crystals. However, they basically didn't get any rewards. In fact, this was a kind of oppression and exploitation of the 6 southern sects, but the 6 southern sects had no choice but to agree. Because the 6 southern sects had to give the 4 northern sects a sum of low-grade astral crystals every 5 years, the 4 northern sects rarely interfered with the matters of the 6 southern sects. This was actually equivalent to a protection fee. Moreover, it wasn't that the 4 northern sects didn't give the 6 southern sects a chance. As long as the 6 southern sects disciples could make it into the top 3, they would still be able to win the rewards. The quota for the 10-sect grand tournament was for the 6 southern sects' 3 most elite disciples and for the 4 northern sects' 6 disciples, a total of 42 people. However, the East supporting sect and Flying Cloud sect's disciples who entered the Qingyun ancient land were all annihilated. This time, they couldn't send anyone to participate in the 10-sect grand tournament. Excluding these 6 people, there were a total of 36 people. Although no disciples participated, the wager of 60,000 low-grade astral crystals couldn't be less. This was the rule. Yun Zhangkong didn't feel anything when the Flying Cloud sect handed over 60,000 low-grade astral crystals. Anyway, the Flying Cloud sect couldn't get it back. However, Watanabe Tan was furious when the East supporting sect handed over 60,000 low-grade astral crystals. The East supporting sect had young Master Watanabe who was second only to the Yin Yang young master in terms of talent. This time, the East supporting sect should have shone brightly in the 10-sect grand tournament and had the hope of rushing into the top 3. The disciples of the 6 southern sects would not only be able to get a lot of rewards but also a kind of glory if they rushed into the top 3 in the 10-sect grand tournament. However, the East supporting sect's disciples were annihilated. After handing over 60,000 low-grade astral crystals, they could only watch the disciples of the other sects perform. How could he not be furious? He clenched his fist tightly and glanced at the people of the Falling Star sect fiercely. His eyes were filled with killing intent. You won't live for long. Later, I will step on all of you and torture you to death one by one. Especially Yi Xing, that little bastard. I will let you live a life worse than death as a sacrifice to my sect's disciples in heaven. Watanabe Tan said fiercely in his heart. Sush, 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 sush. The Sun Moon sect, the Stygian sect, the Tian Luo sect and the Green Thunder sect each sent out an astral realm sage and landed in 4 different directions. They were the referees of the 10-sect grand tournament. Each of the 4 northern sects had 1 judge. The Sun Moon sect was now the strongest and had the momentum of being the leader of the 4 sects. After the 4 sage landed, the sage of the Sun Moon sect waved his hand and said, "The 10-sect grand tournament starts now. Disciples of the various sects who are participating in the 10-sect grand tournament, please step forward." Those who participated in the 10-sect grand tournament were the most elite disciples. The Falling Star sect sent out Yi Xing, Marin and Qi Jingyang. The Spirit Moon sect, the Holy Wind sect and the Blood Ghost sect sent out 2 7-star martial sages and 1 peak 6-star martial sage. Other than the 5 young masters, the 4 8-star martial sages of the 4 northern sects naturally participated in the tournament. The rest were late 7-star martial sages or peak 7-star martial sages. Because the disciples of the East supporting sect and the Flying Cloud sect were missing, there were only 36 people in total. Therefore, after 2 rounds, there were only 9 junior experts left. The other 18 people were all eliminated. The remaining 9 people were Yi Xing, Young Master Tian Luo, Young Master Yin Yang, Young Master Great Sun, Young Master Thunder, Young Master Dark Nether, Young Master Thunder, Lei Yun, Ming Shuang and Luo Ying. The 5 young masters were naturally all here. Among the 4 8-star martial sages, Only Yang Kuan of the Sun Moon sect was eliminated. In the second round, Yang Kuan's opponent was Yi Xing. Yang Kuan had suffered a great loss in Yi Xing's hands and directly admitted defeat. At this time, Yi Xing was already a peak 7-star martial sage. He had obtained great benefits in the Yama Fire Sea. The star essence in his body had strengthened to the limit of martial sage. If it was not for his state of mind, he could continue to break through to 8-star martial sage. As for Yi Xing's cultivation, most people thought that Yi Xing had deliberately hidden it. In fact, he was originally a 7-star martial sage. That was why he had the strength to defeat 8-star martial sages. On the contrary, if Yi Xing was really a 6-star martial sage before, he could defeat 3 8-star martial sages who were 2 levels higher than him. This was completely comparable to the young master Yin Yang's ability to challenge people who were 2 levels higher than him. Everyone felt that it was unreal. After all, geniuses who could challenge people of a higher level were very rare. It was not that easy to appear. Therefore, when they saw that Yi Xing was a 7-star martial sage, everyone was relieved. It turned out that he had hidden his cultivation. However, the martial artists of the Falling Star sect were very clear that Yi Xing had not hidden his cultivation. They had witnessed Yi Xing's growth with their own eyes. When Yi Xing had entered the outer sect of the he had only been an ordinary star-tempering realm martial artist. Lu Tianyuan was very confident in this 10-sects grand tournament. When Yi Xing was a 5-star martial sage, he had defeated Yun Feng, who was known as the invincible 7-star martial sage. Not only was he fighting people who were 2 levels higher than him, but he was also an intermediate martial sage challenging an advanced martial sage. It was very difficult. Yi Xing was now a 7-star martial sage, an advanced martial sage. Challenging a 9-star martial sage was within the range of an advanced martial sage. Therefore, the difficulty seemed to be lower than that of a 5-star martial sage challenging a 7-star martial sage. Therefore, Lu Tianyuan was very sure that Yi Xing's strength was definitely comparable to the few young masters. Perhaps only the young master Yin Yang and young master Tian Luo, who had broken through to the 9-star martial sage, could pose a threat to Yi Xing. As for young master Dari, young master Nether, and young master Thunderbolt, Lu Tianyuan thought that Yi Xing had a high chance of winning. If Yi Xing could defeat young master Dari, young master Nether, and young master Thunderbolt, it meant that he would enter the top 3 and be able to obtain the rewards of the 10-sects grand tournament. This was already a great honor for the 6 southern sects. Lu Tianyuan did not expect Yi Xing to win first or second place. His goal was to be third. As long as Yi Xing entered the top 3, the Falling Star sect would be proud and have unlimited glory. Chapter 319. From this round onwards, the elimination round will be changed to a point competition. The top 9 will have to fight against the other 8. The winner will get 1 point, and the loser will lose 1 point. The top 3 will be ranked according to the points and will receive the rewards of the 10-sects tournament. The enlightened master of the Sun Moon sect said loudly. Everyone was surprised. In the past, the 10-sects grand tournament was always an elimination round. Why would it be a point competition this time? Yi Xing reacted at this moment. If it was an elimination round, he would be eliminated if he lost to a young master. The other young masters wouldn't even have a chance to take revenge on him in the 10-sects grand tournament. If it was a point competition, even if Yi Xing lost to a young master, he wouldn't be eliminated immediately. He would still have to fight against the other young masters. In this way, the young masters who wanted to take care of Yi Xing would all have a chance. If Yi Xing could react, so could the others. The leader of the Tian Luo sect, Luo Zhan, said, "I don't agree with changing the rules of the 10-sects tournament. We should continue with the elimination rounds. The winner will advance and the loser will be eliminated. Now that there are 9 people, we can let the Yin Yang young master advance and the other 8 will fight." The young master of the Yin Yang sect was ranked first among the 6 young masters. Naturally, no one objected to letting him advance. It was a good thing for the Sun Moon sect. However, the sect master of the Sun Moon sect didn't appreciate it. Yin Wudao said, "For the sake of fairness, the point competition is the best. Although the elimination round is simple, if the strong meet too early, the strong will be eliminated prematurely. This is not fair." The sect master of the Stygian sect, Ming Li, said, "I agree with the point competition." The sect master of the Azure Thunder sect, Lei Zhen, didn't stand on the same side. He said, "I agree with the point competition too." In the elimination round, Yi Xing might be eliminated before he could meet the young master of the Thunderbolt. Lei Zhen obviously wanted to give his son a chance to take revenge on Yi Xing in the 10 Sects Grand Tournament. "I agree. I agree too." The East supporting sect, the Divine Wind sect, the Blood Spectre sect, and the Flying Cloud sect all agreed. More than half of the top 10 sects agreed, so the point competition was naturally decided. Lu Tianyuan furrowed his brows slightly. He also felt that something was amiss. It seemed like the next match would be targeted at Yi Xing. Although he was very confident in Yi Xing, it was still just a guess. He still had to verify it with actual combat. Naturally, he was worried. As for Yi Xing, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Points competition? All of them wanted to take revenge on him. We still don't know who will be the one getting beaten up. Yi Xing clenched his fists and felt the pure physical strength. He was full of confidence. His current physical strength was enough to crush most 9-star martial sages. Other than Yin Yang Young Master and Tian Luo Young Master, he did not take the other young masters seriously. After confirming the point competition, the Sun Moon Sect's enlightened master looked over at the Falling Star sect. "Yi Xing, you are the new star of the 10 Sects Grand Competition. Come up first." Lu Tianyuan patted Yi Xing's shoulder and said, "Be careful. If you can't beat them, don't fight to the death. You can admit defeat." Yi Xing was the most talented disciple in the history of the Falling Star sect. Lu Tianyuan did not want anything to happen to him. Yi Xing's eyes were filled with confidence. He said, "Don't worry, sect leader. Wait for my triumphant return." After saying that, Yi Xing walked to the center of the flat ground. The Fire Cloud Lion obeyed Yi Xing's order and did not follow him. When Yi Xing went up, the Sun Moon Sect's enlightened master said loudly, "The first battle, Yi Xing against the Dark Nether Young Master." Many people were surprised. In the top 9, there were 3 ordinary 8-star martial sages. Yi Xing's first battle was not with one of the 3, but with a young master. The Dark Nether Young Master was a peak 8-star martial sage. In terms of combat strength, he was more powerful than many 9-star martial sages. At this moment, Yi Xing was fighting against a 9-star martial sage. Yi Xing was only a 7-star martial sage. The Dark Nether Young Master's eyes were filled with ferocity. His body was like a phantom. In a flash, he appeared among the disciples of the Dark Nether sect and stood in front of Yi Xing. After being treated by a medium-grade healing spiritual pill, the Dark Nether Young Master's injuries had healed. His broken lips were also healed. However, the new flesh around the wound was a little different from the old flesh on his lips. There were 2 obvious scars that divided his lips into 4 parts. The Dark Nether Young Master stared at Yi Xing and clenched his fist. It was as if he was holding Yi Xing in his palm. He said with a ferocious expression, "Yi Xing, without the help of the demonic beasts, let's see how you can escape from me today. I will return the humiliation you gave me in the Clear Cloud Ancient Land 10-fold, no, 100-fold. Yi Xing looked coldly at the Dark Nether Young Master and said indifferently, "So what if I don't have the help of the demonic beasts? I don't want to dirty my hands when dealing with an arrogant piece of trash like you. That's why I let the demonic beasts do it. Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll wake you up today. You're just an arrogant piece of trash. Don't always think that you're a genius. What kind of child-level genius are you? You don't deserve such a title." "What did you say?" The Dark Nether Young Master was enraged. His terrifying aura instantly erupted like a ferocious beast. He was a child-level genius, a 6-star yellow life genius. Moreover, he had excellent martial arts talent and the ability to challenge those of a higher rank. Even in the 4 northern sects, he was a rare genius. If it weren't for the Enyang young master overshadowing his brilliance and the other child-level geniuses distracting his brilliance, every time a genius like him appeared in the history of the Qingyun region, he would be able to suppress all heroes and become the pinnacle expert of the Qingyun region, sweeping across all directions. The rest of the martial artists were also shocked by Yi Xing's words. In their eyes, the Dark Nether young master was an extraordinary genius. However, in Yi Xing's eyes, he was just an arrogant piece of trash. The difference was too big. Yi Xing's words obviously didn't get the approval of the crowd. In the eyes of most people, Yi Xing was the real arrogant one. Ming Li, the sect master of the Shenming sect, snorted angrily. The top genius of the Shenming sect in the past 300 years had actually been called a piece of trash by Yi Xing. Ming Li's anger was instantly ignited. His eyes revealed a cruel look. He couldn't wait to see the scene of the Dark Nether young master torturing Yi Xing. In the face of the Dark Nether young master's angry roar, Yi Xing remained calm and indifferent. Yi Xing said, "There are so many geniuses in the world. You're just an outstanding martial artist among the younger generation in the Qingyun region. If you consider the entire true Shen domain, you're nothing. If you consider the entire Star Continent, you're even more unknown. However, you think that you're the pride of this generation. Young master is a genius. Other than those who are already as famous as you don't care about anyone else. What makes you think that I'm not your match without the help of a demonic beast? You're just an arrogant piece of trash, aren't you?" The Dark Nether young master was furious and shouted, "Bullshit! You think you can surpass me? Die for me!" As he spoke, a mid-grade spirit spear appeared in his hand. As soon as he finished speaking, the Dark Nether young master stabbed the spear at Yi Xing. The tip of the spear shot out a dazzling light. The body of the spear was like a dragon, containing an extremely terrifying power. Facing the spear, Yi Xing didn't dodge. Instead, he used his palm like a blade and slashed out horizontally. Before the tip of the spear could reach Yi Xing's body, the tip of the spear was chopped by Yi Xing's palm blade. Clang! The palm blade collided with the tip of the spear, producing an explosive sound. The Dark Nether young master was shocked. He felt a terrifying power coming from the mid-grade spirit spear. In an instant, the mid-grade spirit spear was deflected to the side and stabbed empty air. "Is this all you've got? You don't even have the qualifications to force me to use my weapon," Yi Xing said coldly. He took a step forward and punched out like a ghost. Yi Xing's move was ordinary. It was just an ordinary martial skill, Roaring Tiger Fist. Moreover, it was a mid-grade martial skill among ordinary martial skills. However, such an ordinary mid-grade martial skill, an ordinary punch, in Yi Xing's hands, had a magical power. As the fist blasted out, the tiger's roar made the Dark Nether young master feel as if a mountain was smashing down on him. When one's physical strength reached a certain level, there was no need to use celestial essence at all. Just an ordinary martial skills move contained incredible power. The Dark Nether young master was shocked. He waved his spear to block and displayed his defensive move, Iron Chain Blockade. Clang! Yi Xing's fist hit the spear shaft, producing an earth-shattering explosion. The Dark Nether young master suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and shot backwards. Chapter 320. All the surrounding martial artists were dumbfounded and shocked. Even the senior perfected masters from the 4 northern sects and the 6 southern sects were no exception. The Dark Nether young master was sent flying by Yi Xing's punch. Yes, it was just one punch. Moreover, Yi Xing did not use his celestial essence, spiritual martial arts, or spiritual weapon. It was just an ordinary punch, and the martial skill he used was only a mediocre martial skill among ordinary martial skills. However, it actually sent the Nether Dark Prince flying with a single punch. Moreover, the Dark Nether young master vomited blood. Looking at the scene in front of them, the martial artists could not believe it. Just how much power did Yi Xing's punch possess to be able to send young Master Dark Nether flying while vomiting blood? And this was just pure physical strength. How strong did his physical body have to be to have such terrifying strength? How could a martial sage have such terrifying strength? The surrounding martial artists were surprised and puzzled. As the person involved, the dark nether young master was even more shocked. After flying back dozens of meters, the dark nether young master landed on the ground and then took a few more steps back before his body stabilized. Yi Xing was not in a hurry to attack with his spear. Instead, he clenched his fists and the sound of bones cracking could be heard. He slowly walked toward the dark nether young master. Yi Xing said, "You can't even take one punch from me. Tell me, are you a genius or a piece of trash?" The dark nether young master's eyes were filled with anger and he shouted, "You just have a strong physical strength because of a fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, how could you be my opponent? No matter how strong the physical strength is, there is a limit. The martial Tao is endless. You think you can compare with me? You are the piece of trash." Whoosh as he spoke, a starlight rushed out from between the dark nether young master's eyebrows and turned into a huge star suspended in the sky. This was a water-type star. The entire star was a vast sea with turbulent waves, revealing the vast water-type star power. It was a high-grade astrology. After using the astrology, the dark nether young master's strength skyrocketed. His momentum doubled and his eyes revealed confidence. Celestial essence can be combined with the astrology, doubling or even several times the power. What's the use of your strong physical body? The power of the astrology can only be combined with celestial essence. Even if you use the astrology, it can't improve your physical strength. How can you fight with me? The dark nether young master's eyes flashed with a fierce light and he shouted, "Raging dragon goes to the sea." As soon as he finished speaking, the dark nether prince leaped into the air. His water-element celestial body poured down an endless amount of star energy and stabbed out with the mid-grade spirit spear. Boom! As the dark nether young noble thrust his spear forward, a huge dragon rushed out from the boundless sea of the water-element constellation, letting out an earth-shattering roar. The power of this spear was too terrifying. Apart from the young noble-level geniuses, the rest of the younger generation of the 10 great sects were all shocked. They could feel the power of the nether young master's spear. If they faced this move, they would definitely be killed in an instant. Even an 8-star martial sage was no exception. The dark nether young master's most powerful attack could even kill an ordinary 9-star martial sage. Naturally, its power was peerless. However, Yi Xing's expression remained unchanged in the face of the dark nether young master's attack. He said lightly, "Is this your limit?" As he spoke, Yi Xing bent his legs and bounced his body, instantly shooting towards the raging dragon that was surging towards him along with the middle-grade spirit spear. Yi Xing still did not use his celestial essence. Naturally, he did not use his spiritual martial arts. He did not even use his weapon. He was going to collide with the dark nether young master's most powerful attack head-on. At this moment, everyone's eyes widened. In many people's view, Yi Xing's move was simply crazy. It was almost suicidal. "Break for me!" Yi Xing roared. His entire body erupted with a terrifying aura like a landslide and a tsunami. He threw a punch forward. This punch had a peerless and invincible spirit. A huge shadow of a flood dragon was hidden in Yi Xing's punch. Ordinary martial arts, upper-grade martial skill, Overlord Flood Dragon Fist. The martial artists present were all ordinary martial artists. Many of them had seen the Overlord Flood Dragon Fist before. However, they had never seen such a terrifying Overlord Flood Dragon Fist. Boom! The raging dragon that was condensed by water-type star force was directly smashed by Yi Xing's punch. The dragon's head collapsed inch by inch. Looking at the exploding water dragon that was dozens of feet long, many martial artists' eyes almost popped out. Yi Xing's physical strength had reached such a level. His punch was extremely overbearing. Everything in front of him was shattered by the power of this punch. The dark nether young master felt a terrifying recoil from the collapsing water dragon. His body shook and the spirit weapon treasure spear that was thrusting forward also paused for a moment. At this moment, Yi Xing had rushed in front of the treasure spear. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the spear shaft. The dark nether young master was shocked and quickly pulled back the spear. However, the spirit weapon treasure spear was held in Yi Xing's hand. It was as if it had grown roots and did not move. Yi Xing pulled the spirit weapon treasure spear behind him and shouted, "Take my punch too." Boom! Yi Xing threw a punch. The void in front of him exploded and the air in the void burst out in all directions. The dark nether young master's body was thrown forward by the spirit weapon treasure spear and just happened to hit the tip of Yi Xing's punch. The protective celestial essence instantly collapsed under the power of this punch. Yi Xing's fierce punch directly hit the dark nether young master's chest. The dark nether young master suddenly screamed. His hands could no longer hold on to the spirit weapon treasure spear. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his body shot backwards. This time, the dark nether prince's body took a direct hit from Yi Xing's punch. His internal organs were all shifted, and he was severely injured. He flew back dozens of meters in the air and fell to the ground. He rolled several times and couldn't get up for a while. A cold light cut through the sky. Then, with a ding sound, a long spear stabbed into the ground beside the dark nether young master. It was his middle-grade spirit weapon. Yi Xing had snatched it away and thrown it out. Yi Xing threw the middle-grade spirit weapon and said, "The dark nether young master is nothing more than this." The surrounding area was silent. All the cultivators were shocked by Yi Xing's performance. They never expected that Yi Xing would have such powerful physical strength. He was even stronger than the dark nether young master when he used his astrology. It was shocking. Although after a cultivator became a martial sage, they would no longer cultivate their corporeal body and would instead focus on cultivating their celestial essence. A powerful corporeal body was almost like an external force for a cultivator above the martial sage realm. But in any case, the physical body was one's own strength and not a true external force. Many of the younger generation martial artists were envious of Yi Xing's powerful physical strength. "How dare you!" The sect leader of the Xianming sect, Ming Li, came to his senses. Seeing that young Master Dark Nether was heavily injured, he was enraged and shouted, "Little bastard, how dare you injure my Xianming sect's disciple? You're courting death." Young Master Dark Nether was the #1 genius of the mysterious Nether sect in the past 300 years. The sect master of the mysterious Nether sect had spent a lot of effort on him and doted on him a lot. Now that he had personally witnessed the Dark Nether young master getting injured in front of him, how could he not be furious? The Dark Nether young master had a violent temper, a vicious character, and considered everything beneath his notice. A large part of the reason for this was because the Dark Nether sect's director had allowed him to act recklessly. The leader of the Tian Luo sect, Luo Zhan, said, "Are you a sore loser, underworld faction leader? If you can't afford to lose, why don't you admit defeat earlier? At least you won't lose both your wealth and your reputation." Luo Zhan wanted to cultivate Yi Xing to be Yi Xing's shield and to counter the Xianming sect. Ming Li was furious, but Luo Zhan's words made him speechless. He could only swallow his anger. The Dark Nether young master stood up. Thinking about his previous bold words, his face was full of shame, but his eyes were filled with resentment. "Yi Xing, I'm not done with you." The Dark Nether young master roared in a low voice. He pulled out the middle-grade spiritual spear beside him and returned to the Xianming sect's area. One of the 4 judges, the Sun Moon sect's spiritual master, announced loudly, "The second round, Yi Xing versus the Thunder young master." According to the original plan, the second round was to be fought by young Master Dari so that the Dark Nether young master and young Master Dari could vent their resentment of being humiliated by Yi Xing in the Qingyun ancient land. However, the Dark Nether young master was defeated in the first round. Yi Xing's strength was obviously stronger than the Dark Nether young master. On the other hand, the Dark Nether young master's strength was similar to the Dark Nether young master's, so it was likely that he would be defeated. Therefore, the Thunder young master and Yi Xing would fight first to exhaust Yi Xing's physical strength. The Sun Moon sect's spiritual master planned to let young Master Dari fight in the third round. Chapter 321. That the Thunderbolt young master came to the center of the field and faced Yi Xing from afar. Previously, the Thunderbolt young master was looking forward to fighting with Yi Xing as soon as possible to avenge the humiliation he suffered in the Azure Cloud ancient land. However, when it was time to fight with Yi Xing, his eyes were filled with fear. Even though he thought he was stronger than the Dark Nether young master, he had no chance of winning against Yi Xing. Yi Xing sized up the Thunderbolt young master. In his opinion, the Thunderbolt young master should be the strongest among the younger generation besides the Enyang young master and Tian Luo young master. It was because the Thunderbolt young master had cultivated the Thunder attribute inheritance. The Thunder attribute martial arts were extremely ferocious and powerful. In addition to his martial arts talent, other than the Enyang young master, who had outstanding combat strength, who could suppress him, young master Tian Luo should only be able to defeat him by relying on his cultivation. If their cultivation bases were on the same level, Tian Luo young master might not be a match for the Thunderbolt young master. Naturally, the other young masters would be weaker than the Thunderbolt young master. The reason why Yi Xing came to this conclusion was firstly because the Thunder martial skill was indeed powerful. Secondly, in the Azure Cloud ancient land, when the Thunderbolt young master and the Enyang young master were fighting for the upper grade spiritual martial gloves, the Thunderbolt young master was only at a slight disadvantage. That was enough to prove the Thunderbolt young master's power. However, even if he was facing the Enyang young master, Yi Xing was not afraid at all. As for the Thunderbolt young master, he was just a little more alert. The Thunderbolt young master sized up Yi Xing for a while and said, "Yi Xing, let's settle this in one move." The Thunderbolt young master's martial skill was ferocious. As the saying went, hard cannot last long and soft cannot be defended. He was not suited for a long battle. He liked to attack quickly and fiercely. This was especially true for a move that erupted with all his strength. It was especially terrifying. If he could not defeat Yi Xing with a single move, then the chances of him winning would be very low if he continued to fight. Therefore, young Master Thunderclap had limited himself to one move. He did not want to lose face again if he lost. Yi Xing nodded. "Sure, we'll decide it in one move." The Thunderbolt young master's forte was to clash head-on. This was also the forte of Yi Xing's fleshly body. Yi Xing's fleshly body could almost sweep away 9-star martial saints. Although the Thunderbolt young master was strong, he was not stronger than a peak 9-star martial saint. Yi Xing was confident of defeating him in one move. Besides, Yi Xing could use his superbrain to scan his opponent and search for the openings in his opponent's moves. If his opponent was really so strong that Yi Xing could not defeat him in one hit, Yi Xing could attack his opponent's openings to ensure that he would not lose. Yi Xing's goal in this 10-sex grand tournament was to be number one. He had to win all the way and not draw with anyone. Seeing that Yi Xing agreed to decide the battle in one move, the Thunderbolt young master was overjoyed. He said, "Good. Your fleshly body is very strong, but I don't know if you can withstand this thunderlight break of mine." As he spoke, a ray of starlight shot out from between the Thunderbolt young master's eyebrows and turned into a huge star suspended in the sky. This star was ordinary, but there was something unusual about it. The entire star was flashing with lightning. This was a lightning-attributed star. The Thunderbolt young master cultivated lightning-attributed inheritances, lightning-attributed martial arts, and possessed a lightning-attributed astrology. His strength was indeed extraordinary and could sweep away those of the same level. Other than the Enyang young master, even the other young masters of the same level were slightly inferior to him. Everyone's attention was focused on the battle between Yi Xing and the Thunderbolt young master. The fleshly body strength that Yi Xing had just exploded was really terrifying. However, the Thunderbolt young master's strength was not something that the Dark Nether young master could compare to. Moreover, the Thunderbolt young master's specialty was his ferocity. Would Yi Xing be able to withstand the Thunderbolt young master's strongest attack? After a few breaths, the Thunderbolt young master did not attack. Instead, he frowned and looked at Yi Xing. He said, "You're not going to use your astrology?" Yi Xing said, "Astrology can't enhance the fleshly body's strength. Why should I use it?" The Thunderbolt young master said, "You can use your celestial essence and the power of your astrology to complement your fleshly body's strength. That way, you can erupt with a greater power." Yi Xing said indifferently, "No need." The Thunderbolt young master's face turned solemn. His eyes narrowed as he shouted, "Then don't say that this young master is bullying you with the power of the astrology. Lose for me." Thunderbolt, Flight, Break. Thunderbolt Break was the ultimate move of the Thunder Rush Palm. The Thunderbolt young master's attainment in the Thunder Rush Palm had reached the major completion stage. Its power was not to be underestimated. Especially when combined with the lightning-attributed astrology, this move was even more terrifying. At this moment, lightning flashed on the Thunderbolt young master's body. Suddenly, his body shone brightly. The lightning-attributed astrology poured down a massive amount of lightning-attributed stellar force. The Thunderbolt young master condensed it in his palm and slammed it toward Yi Xing. Boom! With a loud explosion, the void shook violently. The Thunderbolt young master turned into a bolt of lightning and shot toward Yi Xing in an instant. At the front of the bolt of lightning was the Thunderbolt young master's palm. It instantly shattered the airflow in the void and formed a shockwave that was visible to the naked eye. Yi Xing's pupils shrank. This move was indeed powerful and peerless. Whether it was the lightning-attributed celestial essence, lightning-attributed martial arts, lightning-attributed stellar force, or the thunder momentum, all of them fused together and erupted with a horrifying power in a short time. If Yi Xing fought with the Thunderbolt young master head-on, not only would he not be able to defeat him with just the power of his fleshly body, but he would also not be able to gain any advantage. At the critical moment, Yi Xing quickly stepped back. At the same time, he activated his superbrain to scan. Yi Xing's wind momentum had reached the minute subtlety. Coupled with the consummate heavenly bat steps, he could move within a small range. It was almost like teleportation. His body flickered and retreated dozens of meters. Yi Xing's retreat was beyond the Thunderbolt young master's expectations. Moreover, the speed of his retreat was so fast that the Thunderbolt young master could not react in time. The power contained in this palm strike burst out in full force. A big pit instantly appeared where Yi Xing stood. Moreover, the power of this palm strike continued to move forward. It carried a horrifying shockwave as it continued to attack forward. Yi Xing retreated dozens of meters. He could not completely avoid the thunder light break. However, the moment the thunder light break erupted, its power would be at its strongest. After that, it would gradually weaken. Even though Yi Xing had only retreated dozens of meters, the thunder light break still blasted a distance of dozens of meters in the blink of an eye and arrived in front of Yi Xing. However, Yi Xing had already avoided the strongest point of this move. Moreover, he had already found the flaw of this move. Boom! Yi Xing blasted out a punch. An overbearing flood dragon's phantom flashed and integrated into Yi Xing's fist. The void in front of Yi Xing suddenly exploded under Yi Xing's punch. The shockwave caused by the thunder light break dissipated in an instant. However, a new shockwave appeared in front of Yi Xing's fist. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Yi Xing's fist collided with the Thunderbolt young master's palm. The terrifying power collided with each other, resulting in a deafening explosion. Electric arcs splashed out in all directions and collapsed in an instant. The Thunderbolt young master spat out a mouthful of blood and instantly flew backwards. When the Thunderbolt young master's move was at its strongest, Yi Xing had managed to avoid it. Now that its power had weakened, Yi Xing had also managed to hit the flaw. Therefore, he naturally could not compete with Yi Xing's punch. However, when the Thunderbolt young master's lightning-attributed celestial essence landed on Yi Xing's fist, it made Yi Xing feel very uncomfortable. He immediately retracted his fist as if he had received an electric shock and took a few steps back. As the electric arcs rushed into Yi Xing's fist, Yi Xing immediately felt a sharp pain as if he was being pricked by countless needles. If Yi Xing had worn a glove or a spirit weapon, it would have blocked the pain of the electric shock. Compared to Yi Xing, who only took a few steps back, the Thunderbolt young master was in a much more miserable state. He retreated dozens of meters before falling back again and again. In the end, he could not stabilize his body and fell to the ground. After the two exchanged a move, Yixing only took a few steps back. However, the Thunderbolt young master was sent flying dozens of meters away and even spat out a mouthful of blood. Since it was decided in one move, it was clear who the winner and who the loser was. The Thunderbolt young master's injuries were much lighter compared to the Dark Nether young master. Therefore, he immediately got up. "You won. I accept my loss wholeheartedly." The Thunderbolt young master cupped his fists and said. There was no longer any arrogance on his face. Even his resentment towards Yixing had greatly reduced. Yixing had defeated him with just his physical strength. This proved that Yixing was even more monstrous than him. How could the Thunderbolt young master still be unconvinced? Yixing nodded towards the Thunderbolt young master. This person's bearing was much stronger compared to the Dark Nether young master. Everyone saw that Yixing had won another round. Although they had expected it, they still couldn't help but exclaim. Yixing's strength was indeed formidable. Among the young masters, only the Yin Yang young master and the Tian Luo young master could fight against him. Although the Great Sun young master hadn't fought with Yixing yet, everyone knew that the Great Sun young master's strength was slightly inferior to the Thunderbolt young master. He definitely wasn't a match for Yixing. Chapter 322. After the Thunderbolt young master stepped down, the Celestial Net Sex judge spoke. "Yixing, you fought 2 rounds in a row. Go and rest." Yixing nodded. Although he hadn't used his celestial essence and hadn't consumed much of his energy, he didn't feel tired. However, there was no need for him to take turns fighting others. Yixing was about to step down when the Sun Moon Sex judge said, "Wait, you haven't even used your celestial essence. How can you be exhausted? Why are you in such a hurry to step down?" The Celestial Net Sex judge said, "He has fought 2 rounds in a row. He should step down and rest. If he fights 3 rounds in a row, wouldn't he be taking turns fighting others?" The Sun Moon Sex judge said, "If he has consumed too much of his energy, he shouldn't be fighting. However, he hasn't used his celestial essence yet. Let alone 3 rounds in a row, even 4 rounds in a row wouldn't be a problem. No need to be long-winded. For the 3rd round, your Celestial Net Sex Luo Lai will fight." The Profound Underworld Sex judge said, "Yang Nan Spiritual Master is right. Yixing, continue fighting." The Celestial Net Sex judge still wanted to argue, but Yixing raised his hand and interrupted. "I haven't consumed much of my energy in the first 2 rounds. If you want me to continue, then let's fight. However, it's only the 3rd round. Don't you think it's too early to let young Master Tian Luo be my opponent?" The Celestial Net Sex judge said, "None of your Sun Moon Sex geniuses have moved. How about this, Luo Ying? You go up for this round." Luo Ying didn't go up. Instead, she said, "I'm not Yixing's opponent. I admit defeat." Even the Dark Nether young master and the Thunderbolt young master were defeated by Yixing. Luo Ying was certainly not Yixing's opponent. Her admitting defeat was expected by everyone. The Celestial Net Sex judge said, "Yixing has fought 3 rounds. You can go down and rest now." The Sun Moon Sex Enlightened Master said, "You didn't make a move in the 3rd round. How can this be considered 3 consecutive rounds? Let's continue. Yanggan, you're up for this round." Then, this person immediately sent a true essence sound transmission to young Master Great Sun Yanggan. Yixing must have had a fortuitous encounter in the Blue Cloud ancient land that allowed him to enhance his body strength to such a degree. The power of his celestial essence shouldn't be much. After defeating Yin Fan and Lei Bao, he should have consumed a lot of his physical strength. Seize this opportunity and defeat this boy. Young Master Great Sun nodded slightly, and with a leap, he landed in front of Yixing. Young Master Great Sun's eyes flashed with a sharp light, locking onto Yixing's body. His true essence sound transmission echoed in Yixing's ears. "You're just relying on your fortuitous encounter to strengthen your body. However, I don't believe that your energy is limitless. You must have used up a lot of energy to defeat the Dark Nether Prince and the Thunder Prince. Now, let me take care of you. A crimson spear appeared in young Master Great Sun's hand. It was a mid-grade spirit weapon. Holding the mid-grade spirit weapon, young Master Great Sun slammed it on the ground, his mouth revealing a faint smile. Yi Xing looked at young Master Great Sun indifferently, walking forward step by step. Even if I consumed a lot of energy to defeat the Dark Nether Prince and the Thunder Prince, it's more than enough to deal with you. The smile on young Master Great Sun's face froze. In fact, he was very afraid of Yi Xing. His strength was comparable to the Dark Nether Prince, but the latter couldn't even block a single punch from Yi Xing. If Yi Xing didn't consume much energy in the battle with the Dark Nether Prince and the Thunder Prince, then it would be difficult for young Master Great Sun to be Yi Xing's opponent. However, young Master Great Sun didn't believe that Yi Xing didn't consume much energy after defeating two young Master Geniuses in a row. In a battle between masters, when victory was decided in a single move, that single move often contained the majority of a martial artist's mind and energy. Every move would consume a great deal of energy. Yi Xing had defeated the Thunderclap young master with a single move. With this thought, young Master Great Sun's heart relaxed, and he said, "This young master wants to see how you can defeat me easily, Mph. Today, you will be defeated by this young master's solar flame spear." Whoosh, as he spoke, a ray of starlight shot out from between young Master Great Sun's eyebrows, forming a giant flaming star above him. High-grade celestial form, Earth Flame. Among the 5 elements celestial forms, the most common were the 5 elements. However, among the 5 elements celestial forms, the water and fire elements celestial forms were the most common. Among them, the fire element celestial forms were far more common than the water element celestial forms. On average, 1 out of 5 martial artists would have a fire element celestial form, and so on. Even among the martial Dao geniuses, fire element celestial forms were more common. Young Master Great Sun didn't dare to underestimate Yi Xing, and he didn't launch any probing attacks. Before the battle, he had already used his celestial forms. Extreme Sunbirth Flame. Young Master Great Sun shouted. In an instant, an endless amount of fire element celestial forms rained down, illuminating the mid-grade spiritual spear. It was incomparably dazzling, and no one dared to look directly at it. Whoosh, young Master Great Sun thrust out his spear, and the spear light was as dazzling as a blazing sun. When this blazing sun reached its peak, it suddenly burst into blazing flames, and the terrifying heat almost destroyed everything in front of it. Extreme Sunbirth Flame was one of the ultimate moves of the Solar Flame Spear, a mid-grade spiritual martial art. It was an extremely powerful fire element martial art. Young Master Great Sun cultivated a fire element cultivation technique, possessed a fire element celestial body, and was able to use a fire element martial art. Moreover, he had also comprehended the fire element force. The power of this spear attack was unimaginably terrifying. However, a trace of disdain flashed across Yi Xing's eyes. Among the various elements, the one he was least afraid of was the fire element. Playing with fire in front of him was simply asking for humiliation. Facing young Master Great Sun's spear attack, Yi Xing didn't dodge or retreat. Instead, he moved forward and reached out his hand to grab young Master Great Sun's extreme Sunbirth Flame. All the martial artists were stunned. Directly grabbing with his hand? When Yi Xing blocked young Master Dark Nether's spear attack, he had only used his hand to cut across the side of the spearhead. But now, Yi Xing was directly grabbing the spearhead. This really shocked all the martial artists. Could it be that Yi Xing was going to use his bare hands to fight against young Master Great Sun's mid-grade spiritual spear? This was impossible. No matter how strong one's body was, it couldn't be as tough as a spiritual weapon. If this attack landed, young Master Great Sun's mid-grade spiritual spear would pierce through Yi Xing's palm like tofu. Unless he was a true master of the astral realm, who could condense his astral energy and turn it into a weapon, then he would be able to block the attack of a mid-grade spiritual weapon. However, this wasn't about the body, but the astral energy. Yi Xing was only a 7-star martial saint, and it was impossible for him to have astral energy in his body. Therefore, the martial artists couldn't figure out how Yi Xing was going to block young Master Great Sun's powerful spear attack with his bare hands. The bewilderment in everyone's hearts only lasted for a split second before Yi Xing's palm collided with the fiery spearhead. At this moment, a shocking scene occurred. The blazing flames at the tip of the spear were actually pushed back by Yi Xing's palm, and in the blink of an eye, they were sent flying back towards young Master Deyo. This attack was simply amazing. Young Master Great Sun was shocked. The fiery spear's counterattack was exactly the same as the strength of his spear attack. The strength of the attack was equal to the strength of the counterattack. Naturally, young Master Great Sun's body paused, and his mid-grade spiritual spear also paused for a moment. As for Yi Xing, Yi Xing's palm grabbed forward, passed over the spearhead, and grabbed the spear shaft. The current scene was extremely similar to the battle between Yi Xing and young Master Dark Nether. With the spear shaft in Yi Xing's hand, regardless of whether young Master Great Sun stabbed forward or retracted the spear, it didn't move an inch. "Get out of my way!" Yi Xing shouted loudly, grabbed the mid-grade spiritual spear, and pulled it behind him. Young Master Great Sun couldn't let go of the spear in time, and his body immediately rushed towards Yi Xing along with the mid-grade spiritual spear. This scene was exactly the same as when Yi Xing fought with young Master Dark Nether. Young Master Great Sun had just watched the battle between Yi Xing and young Master Dark Nether. How could he not be aware of the current situation? He was scared out of his wits, and quickly let go of the mid-grade spiritual spear in his hand. However, it was too late. Yi Xing's legs were so fast that they were without a shadow, and he had already kicked forward repeatedly. This was a low-grade martial skill among ordinary martial skills, shadowless kick. However, the power of the shadowless kick was astonishing, and it kicked the genius young Master Great Sun directly. Puff! Young Master Great Sun spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was kicked away by Yi Xing, and he let out a shrill scream. Young Master Great Sun flew for more than 10 meters before he fell to the ground. He rolled a few times before his body came to a stop. He struggled for a while, but he couldn't get up, just like young Master Dark Nether. Yi Xing threw the mid-grade spiritual spear over, and it landed right beside young Master Great Sunday. He said, "It's more than enough to deal with you. I'm not in a good condition today. My head hurts a little, so I won't update today. I'll continue tomorrow. My monthly votes have rushed into the top 6 of the Xuanhuan world. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Good job." "Thank you, and I hope you can keep it up. Also, brothers and sisters, please vote for me for free. Don't waste it." Chapter 323. Ding. The middle-grade spiritual spear was stabbed into the ground beside young Master Dari. The body of the spear trembled and buzzed. Even though the martial artists had expected that Yi Xing's strength was above young Master Dari's, they were still shocked. Yi Xing had defeated young Master Dark Nether and young Master Thunderbolt consecutively, but he still had enough strength to defeat young Master Dari in the blink of an eye. This meant that Yi Xing was still full of energy after 2 battles. Looking at young Master Dari, who had fallen to the ground, the face of the judge of the Sun-Moon sect darkened. He had purposely allowed Yi Xing to fight 3 consecutive battles in order to exhaust Yi Xing's strength so that young Master Dari could obtain victory. Who would have thought that this would happen? Among the top 9, 3 of the 5 young masters had already been defeated by Yi Xing. Didn't this mean that Yi Xing would definitely enter the top 3? Even if he lost to the Yin Yang Master and Tian Luo Master in the later battles, he would still be ranked 3rd. This was because the other 8-star martial saints were no match for Yi Xing. The judge of the Sun-Moon sect had proposed the point competition so that the young masters could defeat Yi Xing and humiliate Yi Xing. However, the results were out of his expectations. The 3 young masters had been defeated by Yi Xing and had become Yi Xing's stepping stones. This time, even if Yi Xing only ranked 3rd, he would still be the most dazzling cultivator of the competition because the Yin Yang young master was expected to be the champion. However, if Yi Xing was in the top 3, he would be considered a rising genius and break the record of the 6 southern sects that had existed for hundreds of years. Umph. The judge of the Sun-Moon sect snorted angrily. The judge of the Dark Underworld sect was also unhappy. Yi Xing's rise did not benefit the Dark Underworld sect at all. As for the judge of the Tian Luo sect, his face was full of smiles. Yi Xing's performance had made him extremely happy. Yi Xing was only a 7-star martial sage, but he had defeated 3 8-star martial sages consecutively. His battle prowess was comparable to the Yin Yang Young Master. Compared to the Yin Yang Young Master, Yi Xing was only inferior in terms of cultivation. Although most cultivators did not know what Yi Xing's heavenly fate was, from the fact that Yi Xing had become a 7-star martial saint at the age of 17, his heavenly fate should be extremely high. The Yin Yang Gongzi was a 6-star heavenly fate saint and had become a 7-star martial saint at the age of 20. However, the martial artists of the Falling Star sect knew that Yi Xing was only an ordinary heaven's mandate. The rise of Yi Xing's cultivation was attributed to his destiny and lucky chances. The heaven's mandate could not restrict him at all. Of course, Yi Xing's destiny wasn't as low as the Falling Star sect martial artists knew, nor was it as high as other martial artists guessed. His current destiny was that he had swallowed Sir Watanabe's destiny, a 3-star yellow destiny. The judge of the Tian Luo sect said, "Yi Xing, you have already fought 3 rounds in a row. Go and rest first." Yi Xing nodded and returned to the area where the Falling Star sect martial artists were. This time, the judge of the Sun-Moon sect had no excuse to keep Yi Xing from fighting. Moreover, even if he kept Yi Xing to continue fighting, the other 8-star martial sages would not be able to threaten Yi Xing. Even if Yi Xing was defeated by the Yin Yang Young Master and the Tian Luo Young Master, entering the top 3 would still be a matter of time. Therefore, it was useless to keep Yi Xing to continue fighting. When the martial artists of the Falling Star sect saw that Yi Xing had returned, regardless of whether they were seniors or juniors, they were all wild with joy. Yi Xing had given them too much of a surprise. He had actually defeated 3 young masters in a row and secured a spot in the top 3. This was an honor that the Falling Star sect had never had before. Even though Qi Jingyang and Wu Chenggang were very jealous of Yi Xing had brought honor to the Falling Star sect. As a member of they were also very excited at this moment. Could. Lu Tianyuan patted Yi Xing's shoulder and praised, "Yi Xing, you have indeed given us a big surprise. Since the establishment of our sect, no one has ever entered the top 3 in the 10 sects tournament. Good job. We are all proud of you. Our Falling Star sect has never been so proud before." Qi Dosheng, an elder of the War Pavilion, laughed loudly. He looked at Yi Xing with great admiration and said, "Yi Xing, you are only 17 years old this year. Whether it is fate or opportunity, this is your ability and the blessing of our Falling Star sect." With that, Qi Dosheng glanced at Qi Jingyang and sighed, "If only I had a son like you." In his tone, there was a hint of disappointment in his tone. Qi Jingyang immediately lowered his head. The trace of affection that he had for Yi Xing because of the glory of the Falling Star sect disappeared in an instant and was replaced by an even stronger jealousy. Sect leader Lu, Yi Xing has secured a spot in the top 3. He has brought honor to our 6 southern sects. Congratulations to the Falling Star sect for having such a talented junior. Leng Xingyue, the sect leader of the Spirit Moon sect, said to Lu Tianyuan with a clasped fist and a look of envy in her eyes. The female disciples of the Spirit Moon sect looked at Yi Xing with stars in their eyes. Yi Xing had defeated 3 young masters in a row. This was too shocking for them. The martial artists of the Dongfu sect looked at the excited martial artists of the Falling Star sect. Their faces were ashen and their eyes were filled with sinister intent. After Yi Xing left the stage, the 10-sect grand competition continued. First, it was Luo Ying against Lei Yun. Then, it was Lei Yun against Ming Shuang. Lei Yun won 2 matches in a row. Besides the young masters, Lei Yun was indeed the strongest among the 8-star martial saints. However, Yixing had defeated 3 young masters in a row. Lei Yun had defeated 2 martial saints of the same level. This was not even worth mentioning. In the hearts of the martial artists, there was not the slightest ripple. Lei Yun fought 2 matches in a row and was arranged to leave the arena. Next, it was Luo Ying and Ming Shuang's turn. These were the only 2 female martial art practitioners among the 8-star martial saints. Furthermore, they were both good-looking. Their battle attracted the interest of many younger martial art practitioners. In the end, Luo Ying narrowly defeated Ming Shuang. After Ming Shuang left the stage, it was the Yin Yang young master's turn. Luo Ying directly admitted defeat. The judge of the Sun Moon sect then arranged for Lei Yun and Ming Shuang to enter the stage. Naturally, the 2 of them also admitted defeat. The Yin Yang young master had already won 3 matches in a row without making a move. He had obtained 3 points. However, in terms of points, Yixing was ranked first. He had already won 4 matches and obtained 4 points. The judge of the Sun Moon sect shouted, "Next, the Thunder young master." Although the Yin Yang young master had won 3 matches in a row, he had not made a move yet. Of course, he would not end up like this. Since he had entered the stage, he could not lose to Yixing. Therefore, the judge of the Sun Moon sect arranged for him to enter the 4th match. In this 10-sect grand competition, Yixing had shone brightly. He had defeated 3 young masters in a row and had become a dark horse in the hearts of the martial artists. As for the Yin Yang young master, he was publicly acknowledged as the number 1 junior in the Qingyun region. Before the Tian Luo young master defeated Yixing, the judge of the Sun Moon sect would naturally not allow the Yin Yang young master to fight with Yixing. As for the battle between the Tian Luo young master and the Yin Yang young master, it would not be carried out in advance. Tian Luo young master had broken through to the 9-star martial saint realm and stood out from the other young masters. In the eyes of the martial artists, Tian Luo young master was the only one who could threaten the Yin Yang young master in this 10-sect grand competition. In the points competition, the 2 strongest experts had the rule of not meeting each other. The 2 kings would not be arranged to fight each other until the last match. Therefore, the battle between Yixing, Tian Luo young master, and the Yin Yang young master would be fought by Yixing first. Then, the loser would fight the Yin Yang young master, and finally, the winner would fight the Yin Yang young master. It would be the final battle. After the battle between Yixing and Tian Luo young master, the loser would still be able to defeat the Yin Yang young master. The martial artists did not even think about it. After a period of rest, the Thunderbolt young master had already recovered to his peak state. When he arrived in front of the Yin Yang young master, his eyes were filled with battle intent. The martial artist's spirits were finally lifted. Since Yixing had defeated the 3 young masters, there would be another duel between young masters. Moreover, one of them was the number 1 junior, the Yin Yang young master. The Thunderbolt young master said, "Yang Ming, you have always been known as the number 1 junior in the Qingyun region. However, we have never had a real victor. Today, I would like to see how much of your reputation is real and how much of it is fake." The Yin Yang young master revealed a disdainful expression and said, "You are just a loser who was defeated by a 7-star martial saint. You are not qualified for me to use my full strength. To deal with you, I will use 30% of my strength." 30% of his strength. The Yin Yang young master said that he only needed to use 30% of his strength to defeat the Thunderbolt young master. "My condition is not good. Let me relax for the next 2 days. Today I will update twice. I will pay back the overdue updates. There will be more later." Chapter 324. Hiss. When the martial artists heard this, many of them sucked in a breath of cold air. The Thunderbolt young master was the strongest among the young masters in the same realm. He was stronger than the Dark Nether young master and the Great Sun young master. Young master Tian Luo was stronger than the Thunderbolt young master in the eyes of the martial artists because his cultivation was 1 realm higher than the Thunderbolt young master. It was obvious that the Thunderbolt young master's strength was extraordinary. However, The Yin-Yang Young Master said that he only needed to use 30% of his strength to defeat the Thunderbolt Young Master. How strong was the Yin-Yang Young Master? No one thought that the Yin-Yang Young Master was boasting. They were just shocked by his strength. Yi Xing squinted his eyes. He could feel that the Yin-Yang Young Master was very strong. It seemed that the Yin-Yang Young Master did not show his true strength when he fought with the Thunderbolt Young Master for the upper-grade glove in the Azure Cloud Ancient Land. The reason why he was only slightly stronger than the Thunderbolt Young Master was because he thought that was enough. Indeed, if Yi Xing did not snatch the food from the tiger's mouth, the Yin-Yang Young Master would be able to force the Thunderbolt Young Master to retreat and snatch the upper-grade glove even though he was only slightly stronger than the Thunderbolt Young Master. Who would have thought that someone would come out of nowhere and Yi Xing would snatch the superior-grade glove from the tiger's mouth in the end? Although the Thunderbolt Young Master was not as arrogant as the Dark Nether Young Master, he was arrogant. His strength was stronger than other young masters in the same realm. He had always wanted to challenge the Yin-Yang Young Master. Now, the Yin-Yang Young Master's words were filled with disdain. This made the Thunderbolt Young Master's face turn green. Flames of anger burned in his eyes. The Thunderbolt Young Master said, "Yang Ming, don't talk nonsense. When I fought with you in the Azure Cloud Ancient Land, you were only slightly stronger than me. I did not use my full strength then. You want to defeat me with 30% of your strength? That is a fool's dream." The Yin-Yang Young Master released a terrifying aura and said, "You will know if you try." A ray of starlight shot out from the Thunderbolt Young Master's glabella and turned into a Thunderbolt star. It floated in the air and the Thunderbolt star energy fell. The Thunderbolt Young Master was bathed in the lightning and his aura surged. The Thunderbolt Young Master shouted, "I want to see how strong you are. How dare you speak such big words? Take my move, Thunderbolt Break." The thunderous young master struck out with his palm. In an instant, his entire body charged towards the Yin-Yang Young Master. Boom! There was an explosion in the void as young Master Thunderbolt turned into a bolt of lightning. The lightning in front of him was condensed by a powerful bolt of lightning. It was exceptionally resplendent as it broke through the layers of airflow, forming a terrifying shockwave. Everyone's eyes were focused on this moment. The Thunderbolt Young Master unleashed his strongest attack. However, Yi Xing countered the Thunderbolt Young Master's attack and defeated him in a single move. Everyone wanted to know how the Yin-Yang Young Master would deal with the Thunderbolt Young Master's attack. Would he be like Yi Xing, retreating and temporarily avoiding the attack? Would he counterattack when the Thunderbolt Young Master's attack weakened? The answer was instantly revealed. The Yin-Yang Young Master did not retreat. Instead, he charged forward and faced the Thunder Young Master's Thunder Light Break. The void in front of him shattered instantly as an extremely resplendent ray of light shot forward like a blazing sun. Middle-class spiritual martial art, Scorching Sun Finger. The Yin-Yang Young Master's Scorching Sun Finger was extremely advanced. It was far beyond the great accomplishment stage and was almost close to the perfect stage. The intensity of the ray of light was like a real blazing sun, causing people to be intimidated. Moreover, this finger contained an extremely powerful fire force that was almost close to the intricate stage. It caused the power of this finger to multiply. Yi Xing was startled. He would not be able to block the Yin-Yang Young Master's finger with just his physical strength. It was too terrifying. Bang! The bolt of lightning and the finger ray collided with each other and produced an explosive sound. Terrifying airflow surged in all directions. Lightning splashed and rays of light shot in all directions. The Yin-Yang Young Master and the Thunderbolt Young Master's strength were determined at this moment. The Scorching Sun Finger was extremely resplendent and unstoppable. It scattered the lightning in all directions. The Thunderbolt Young Master's body shook violently and flew backwards. The Thunderbolt Young Master fell to the ground and a trace of blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with astonishment. He could not believe that the Yin-Yang Young Master had defeated him with one finger when his Thunder Light Break was at its strongest. The Yin-Yang Young Master looked at the Thunderbolt Young Master on the ground and finally revealed a proud expression. He said, "This is your strongest move?" You can't even withstand a single blow." The surroundings were silent. The Yin-Yang young master was too powerful. Yi Xing had defeated the Thunderbolt young master and even avoided the moment when the Thunderbolt young master's move was at its strongest. However, the Yin-Yang young master had defeated the Thunderbolt young master with one finger when the Thunderbolt young master's move was at its strongest. Comparing the two, the Yin-Yang young master defeating the Thunderbolt young master was undoubtedly more shocking. Moreover, the Yin-Yang young master had said that he only needed 30% of his strength to defeat the Thunderbolt young master. Did this not mean that the Yin-Yang young master had only used 30% of his strength? The martial artists were shocked. Even the senior perfected persons revealed shocked expressions. If the Yin-Yang young master unleashed his full strength, how powerful would he be? Many senior perfected persons judged that the Yin-Yang young master's strength had already surpassed a 9-star martial sage and could compete with a half-step perfected persons. The Thunderbolt young master clenched his fists tightly. His face was filled with disbelief as he said, "I don't believe that you only used 30% of your strength." The Yin-Yang young master chuckled and said, "It's up to you to believe it or not. Do I need to prove it to you? Which junior martial artist is qualified to make me use my full strength?" The junior martial artists were all silent. The Yin-Yang young master's words were looking down on the Tian Luo young master. Regardless of whether it was the Tian Luo sect or the Green Thunder sect, the martial artists of the two sects did not look good. As for the martial artists of the Sun Moon sect, their faces were filled with smiles. They were very happy. The judge of the Sun Moon sect said, "Thunderbolt young master, you have lost. You may leave." Next, young Master Dali. Young Master Dali and the Yin-Yang young master were both disciples of the Sun Moon sect. One was the second disciple, while the other was the first disciple. It was obvious that the outcome of the battle between the two had been decided long ago. The judge of the Sun Moon sect had allowed young Master Dali to fight so that he could add points to the Yin-Yang young master. As expected, young Master Dali did not step forward. Instead, he admitted defeat. "I am not a match for eldest senior brother. I admit defeat." The judge of the Sun Moon sect smiled and said, "The Yin-Yang young master has won 5 rounds in a row. He has accumulated 5 points and is ranked first. You may go and rest." Yi Xing had 4 points, while the Yin-Yang young master had 5 points. It seemed that the judge of the Sun Moon sect did not want to let Yi Xing maintain his temporary first place. The Yin-Yang young master and the Thunderbolt young master both left the stage. The judge of the Sun Moon sect said, "Young Master Tian Luo, you may come up." The martial artist's eyes lit up. Another heavyweight was coming up. Although the Yin-Yang young master had said that none of the junior martial artists could force him to use his full strength, the crowd was still very interested in the battle between the two young masters. Now that young Master Tian Luo had entered the stage, they could finally see his strength. In the first 3 rounds of battle, young Master Tian Luo's targets were Lei Yun, Ming Shuang, and Luo Ying, the 3 8-star martial saints. Naturally, the 3 of them admitted defeat. Their strength could not be compared to young Master Tian Luo's. In the blink of an eye, young Master Tian Luo had won 3 rounds in a row. Since young Master Tian Luo had not made a move, he naturally would not be allowed to leave the stage. The judge of the Sun Moon sect quickly arranged his 4th opponent. He looked towards the Falling Star sect and said, "Next, Yi Xing." The martial artists' spirits were lifted. The battle between Yi Xing and young Master Tian Luo was coming up so soon? Young Master Tian Luo was a 9-star martial saint. His cultivation was higher than the other young masters. Naturally, his strength was also higher. He was the 2nd strongest among the young masters. Yi Xing was a 7-star martial saint. He had a heaven-defying battle record of defeating 3 young masters consecutively. His strength was ranked at the top among the young masters. He could definitely compete with young Master Tian Luo. Then, between Yi Xing and young Master Tian Luo, who was stronger? Many martial artists were looking forward to the result of this battle. This was because the winner of the two would fight the Yin-Yang young master in the final battle to determine the 1st and 2nd place. Under the gaze of the crowd, Yixing walked out and stood in front of young Master Tianluo. I'm a little tired. Brothers, please give me strength. I beg for monthly votes and recommendation votes. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.